Kill the music on that. And let's go ahead and switch to the camera view. Welcome in. The only thing I have right now are carrots. I do not have broccoli. I do not have pickles, mainly because I didn't wake up. I went to bed because we played long yesterday. I went to bed at 10 this morning? 9? Like, because after I streamed the game yesterday, I went, got some food, and then we watched Robocop in Discord. And then like the first Robocop movie. And then I was like, all right, I'm tired, and I went to sleep. But at that point, I think it was like 10 o'clock. Maybe a little, I don't know exactly the time it was. I just know that I laid down, I woke up, it was 3 something, and I was like, well, crap, I still have to do my walk, exercise, and all that stuff. So no time to go to the grocery store to buy, pickles and broccoli. So all we have are carrots today. So Goof, I'll do a carrot if you want me to do a carrot. Otherwise, we'll just refund the points. And that's fine. I don't know this game. It was sitting in my, I was going through Steam. I was like, all right, what do I want to play? And I saw this game. I had this game and its 2 sequels in there. And I was like, I don't know what this game is. It says it has positive reviews. Let's check it out. This could be terrible, in which case then I'll switch games. But for now, I figured we should check it out. What's the worst that happens? But I say, oh man, it sucks. There's a lot of games that do that. So. But yeah, I know nothing about this game. Just that I own it apparently, and it's 2 sequels. So I'm guessing I got it in a bundle at some point. Also, Mew, congrats on being first in the one-man race. So when Mew said, I just got here, Goof, he was lying to you. He was lying to you. He'd already been here. He got first. Don't believe Mew's lies. He deceives. He's a deceiver. But all right, so you guys will either already know what this game is or you're gonna learn it with me. I stopped trusting Mew on all the number of times you'd say he's one shot and then I'd shoot him and he wasn't one shot. Story in the Banner Saga changes based on the choices you make. You'll occasionally switch between lead characters, witnessing the story unfold from different perspectives. Okay. Let me know if it gets too loud or anything. The gods are dead. In their wake, man and giant survived through a tenuous alliance, driving black destroyers called Dredge deep into the northern wastes. Now, in an era of growth and trade, life goes on. Only one thing is stopped. The sun. That would be a problem. If the sun stopped, that would be a bit of an issue. Alright, Goof, I'll see you later. But dude, that is loud as F. I appreciate it. One second, is there language on this? Okay. Is there subtitles? Because okay. Because we weren't hearing, I wasn't seeing like any. I'm gonna go restart. Can I go to the main menu? Yeah, let's see if it takes me back to the main menu. I kind of want to. It was like I was expecting to see subtitles in that part. New game. But I can't. Apparently, if I touch anything, it cuts it. We skip. So this game has it as an auto skip. So I can't touch anything without skipping all of it. So I got to be careful on that. Or maybe if I click something else, but I don't want to skip it again. But yeah, he was starting to talk, but I'm like, there's no subtitles and it's not in a language I know. So hopefully I'm not supposed to know this by default. But it seems weird to start your story in a language that I don't know. But it looks like Stoic is probably some Norse company. Your hunter rank on PS5 Pro. There is snow. Okay, there it is.
Several long months on the road. The first signs of snowfall across us.
Oh, I can. I just haven't.
To Strand, largest of the trade cities on the Val human borders, and our last collection before returning to the capital. Several days ago, the sun simply came to a stop in the sky. Though during these long winter days, none of us can be certain how long it has been this way. Some of the men in the caravan have taken it as a dire omen. I am not quick to superstition, but I myself will be glad to be done with this year's rounds. We have been warned by stranded travelers about brigands on the path through Ridgehorn, our road home. I don't know Frostpunk either. Unconcerned. Perhaps he is as eager as I to be done here. We will rest here this day and inquire further when we speak to the governor.
You know me. Yeah. You know, I don't know Frostpunk. Why are they tearing into everybody? I'm like, wait. You arrived just in time. The chieftain in red and his men are now looking at a tougher fight than they bargained for. Change your surroundings. Click check mark to continue. These fortresses share the order of initiative, taking turns from left to right. Your allies are blue, the enemy is red. It's your turn to act. Movement happens before action. The string shows your shield banger is active. The blue tiles around him show where you can move. Some characters fill more tiles than others. The horned allies are a race of giants called Varl, who take up 4 tiles each. While humans fill a single tile, this can have a huge impact on your strategy. Check the tile you want to move to, then click the check mark to confirm. Move your shield banger here to get him into attack range. To target an enemy, click the tile on which they stand. All ally tiles are blue, the enemies are red. Target this enemy now by clicking his tile. You can choose to either attack the enemy's strength or break his armor. The number beneath each icon, 2 or 5, show the damage you will do to that stat. Strength counts as both health and damage. A loss of 2 strength means you'll now do 2 less damage. If strength falls to 0, the character falls in battle. Oh, that's an interesting approach. Armor blocks strength damage, but can be reduced by a break attack. By breaking armor, you open them up to take more damage in the future. Worth a try if you enjoy resource management and the lore from it is top notch, in your opinion. I mean, I'll take a look at it. Just suggest, put it in Discord either in a message or in general, just so I remember. I'll forget the beginning of what suggestions happened at the beginning of stream. Trust me. I might even own Frostpunk somewhere, and I don't know. I'd have to look. I feel like I've heard the name before, but I don't know if I own it or somebody suggested it in the history. That's why I said to put it in Discord so I'd have a better chance of remembering it. But I've heard the name Frostpunk. I just don't know anything about it. This enemy has only 5 strength remaining. A strength attack will kill him. Click the fist now to attack his strength and confirm your choice. He's down. Each time you make a kill, your renown grows, which is used later to improve your characters. After taking an action, your turn ends. Next up is the enemy turn. Turns always alternate, even if you are outnumbered. Ah, okay, that's important to remember. Despite being at full strength, the chieftain will do little damage against your shield banger's high armor. Now it's your Warhawk's turn. He appears to be out of range of these enemies, but all characters can use willpower to boost their actions. Willpower is a limited resource, so use it wisely. By clicking on the gold tiles, the character can move further than usual at the cost of 1 willpower per gold tile. Red pulsing tiles beneath your enemies show how close you'll have to get to be in range. Move your Warhawk into attacking range now. Standard attacks only affect a single enemy, but your Warhawk has a special ability that gives some unique advantage. Click your Warhawk's tile to access his ability. Clicking your character's tile will bring up all of his combat options, including move, ability, attack, and end turn. Click the purple ability icon. Description appears in the tooltips below. The Warhawk's Tempest allows him to slam multiple enemies at once. Select the enemy and then confirm your choice. They made quick work of the chieftain's bodyguards. And there's only one enemy left. Players enter pillage mode. During pillage, each character moves in order, and there are no more guaranteed turns. Check the initiative to see how the order is changed. Your allies now get to move twice in a row. Ah. Character does not move on his turn. He can rest to regain 1 willpower. The chieftain will rest his turn. If the chieftain is in some trouble, your shield banger won't be able to finish the job with a normal attack. But willpower can be used to boost your damage. Click the chieftain tile to attack. Click the fist. The stars above the fist to add willpower. The number of stars above available each turn are determined by your exertion stat. Now see the damage number go up as you add willpower. Click a star and then the green mark. Then check the green mark to kill this enemy. Maybe add a suggestion channel. Wouldn't that be easier? At one point I had a suggestion channel, but nobody ever used it. They would just post it. Whenever they did suggest something, they just posted in one of the regular channels, or they'd message me. So I could re-add it back, but historically, people haven't suggested anything. Or when they did, they suggested it by directly messaging me or putting it in general.
Like a rabid wolf, that one. How did it come to this? We fool ourselves believing that peace will last. My grandfather built all this from a poor fishing village, you know. He watched the gods die, watched the chaos that followed, watched man and var slaughter each other, even before the dreads arose. All we've done is traded one struggle for another. Now that there are no more dreads to war against, we war against ourselves. This chieftain meant to kill me, and he's not the first. 12 families in the city would gladly take my chair. This one had
Bad thing for the hydrate.
merchants, both north and south of the city, strangling trade quite well, I would add, though he denied it to his last. This sort of wolf doesn't stop biting because the head is cut off. It just grows a new head. I'm in a bad way, my friend. Help me finish this fight and I'll gladly send you on your way with double our king's tithe. Take any men you need. They're loyal. I promise you that. They will meet you down in the proving grounds.
Are you talking about the music in this game? Or the music in Frostpunk? Again, don't know anything about Frostpunk. And I was like, I didn't think you'd heard enough in this game. So. Frostpunk, okay. You're approved approached by a familiar man who walks in step with you as you're leaving the Great Hall. He cuts to the chase. Eric, Steward of Strand. I manage the governor's business. Ubin, isn't it? It is. The governor tells me you'll be giving us a hand. Seems a bit chaotic around here, Eric. It's been worse. Got a lot of irons in the fire. What does he want exactly? Scalfings that you didn't hack up in the Great Hall scattered after you took out their chieftain. The governor just wants to make sure they stay down. Was hoping you'd join me at the marketplace by the docks. If there's anyone left to worry about, I know who can tell us. Orchestra music? As long as it's good. Like I said, I don't know anything about Frostpunk, so I can't make a judgment until I play it. So I guess I have to play it in order to judge it. Let me handle this. You meander through rows of open-faced houses and eroded stalls. Colored canvases flap on briny current. One man in particular blanches as you approach. Pat, I'm not in the mood today. For what? Talking to an idiot? You tend to judge first and discover later. Yeah, I don't do that. I have to try stuff to judge it. But there's a lot of stuff that I just go, I don't feel like judging, so I don't try them. Sometimes it works out well, sometimes it sucks. Scalfing's chieftain bled out about an hour ago, had. So when you tell me what rat anus the rest of them crawled back into, nobody's gonna try to kill you this time. They don't talk to me. Eric overturns his flimsy table, scattering Had's assortment of junk across the ground. Gods, Eric, laying it on a bit heavy, don't you think? Where are the Scalfings? Nobleman, up by the east wall. But that was months ago, last I know. Had skulks away with a wave of Eric's hand, gathering things from his hovel, disappearing for a while until this blows over, you figure. Your bodyguard steps forward. Are we done here? Going off, were you wearing green back at the Great Hall? No, just bought them while you were walking around. Why? They look good. I'm glad you care. Yonov goes off to look at more stalls. Eric, that man of yours seemed unreliable at best. A blind dog wouldn't trust Had, but he used to be a Scalfing. If they're licking their wounds, they've probably gone to old haunts, not new ones. Nobleman is a meat hall. Best I can tell, the name's ironic. Listen, I know a guy who would love to put a few other of these scales in the ground. I'm gonna go find him. I'll meet you there. Shouldn't we have an approach of some sort? What a luxury. Come on, you already mopped up worse today. Just make sure the governor remembers his promise. Double the usual tithe. I'll remind him. Oh, there it is. Klansmen, fighters, Varl. Mead Hall it is. You arrive in front of what must be nobleman. A few minutes later, Eric appears with a weather-beaten man introduced as Valgard. I'll point them out, Eric says over his shoulder. Ready? Let's get it over with. That's the spirit, says Valgard. Okay, here we go. Valgard boots the front door open so hard it won't close again without repair. As you enter the hall, Eric is already at the head of the table, his axe drawn. Wide-eyed, drunken scalfings scramble to find their own weapons, turning tables and mead steins in the process. And for now, move. Go there. Splash damage, one strength damage, perspective enemies at the attack. So, look at them. It's gonna be butchery. No, it's not. We'll just hit him. Shoot an enemy with a raid master. Okay. Interesting. 1 second, actually. Okay, so you can't undo the move? Ah. That is good to know now, early on. But I can't it wouldn't let me undo the movement. So if I make a move, that is where it's gonna be. Okay, that's loud. Jesus Christ. Why would the game do that? Mistake, man. I hate games where you can't balance the audio. There they are, guys, we stand. I'm gonna go wash off this blood. Eric is looking out the hall's windows onto the bay. Fleet of longships approach with sails of bold reds and blues. When Banner I know well, Wagner. Next for Varro Kingship last we spoke. The other flag looks important. Yeah, important guest. See what I deal with all day long? Things make a little more sense. You hoped I'd have a stake in saying, everything's fine here, when the royal guests arrived. Not me, the governor. Now I have to make sure there are no rotting bodies or pools of entrails still in the Great Hall before they come by. Can I ask one more favor? What is it? You happen to stall our guest down at the docks? I wouldn't object. Maybe I will. Eric and Valgard hustle from the mead house. To his credit, Eric tosses the barkeep a spar of silver for the mess. You give an apologetic shrug and go to greet the new arrivals down at the docks. Is there any way I can... Like right now, the sound is just pretty loud. On mine. But because I had to cut it down in OBS, it's not gonna blow out eardrums. Alright, bring it back to there maybe. And then bring OBS back up to full. Oy, oy. Wagner. A familiar Varl steps onto the docks. In your mind, you recall as a much younger version tramping the halls of Grofheim, abundant in purpose. God, Zubin, you're looking ancient. Comes with being old. And if there is Wagner, there must be Hakon. Must there? Still bleeding tributes from the poor and stupid old yucks. At what age do you lose the sense of shame? Your under demands it. I'll take that over lingering to death in Grofheim. Speaking of, I had no sense that you were so far from home. Just returned from Arborang, in fact. And glad for it. Hakon mentions motions to the other ships in the bay. Sails still fluttering. Golden wolf hidden blazoned on red. King of men, or someone on his behalf. King's whelp. King's son, Luden. Don't you know Scribner? We visit his capital, he visits ours. It's how you make alliances these days. It's a miserable waste of time. Yes, Hakon has it. I'd almost forgotten. It's a good thing you're around, Hakon. You're going to Grofheim. I have the distinct feeling I finished my business in Strand and was heading there myself. We should caravan. We should. Give it a day. In better circumstances, I'd drink a week away, but let's just be done. Find me tomorrow at the gates. What he's trying to say is, the prince is a delight to behold. Where is Moger? How can I have him find a place to put up the warriors? I'm heading up to meet the governor. A host of giants depart in his wake. You recognize a few others are strangers to you. Guess I'm off to find Moger. See you in the morning, Scribner. I'll be along. What do you mean you don't like to be deaf after playing games at max volume? After you're done playing games tonight, you end with your ears ringing for like 30 minutes. Jesus Christ. You have your volume's too high, Mew. Your volume is too high. The young Prince of Men ambles from his ship. He brushes off his tunic, scanning the beach with low eyelids. Luden looks for all the world, the sort of boy who grew up pulling the legs from spiders. The long road back to Grofheim should be more interesting than most years, you think? But the music's too good. Well, you won't be able to hear it in the future. I guess you're trading your ability to hear the music now so that you won't be able to hear it later. You're just trying to remember it. I understand. Weariness suddenly settles in and you chuckle at yourself about what an odd day it's been. One of the governor's men at the Great Hall could find you a place to sleep. On the other hand, if you're going to join Wagner's caravan tomorrow, it might not hurt to share a drink with Hakon or introduce yourself to the prince they spoke so highly of. Let's see. Hakon, the human prince, Hakon, or we go settle in for the night at the Great Hall. What do you think? I feel like the human prince is probably a D-bag. And they did say he looks like the type of person who pulls the legs off of spiders, so yeah, it's choice based. Like, choices changes the game. So I don't know if they'll let us talk to everybody, or if it's going to or if it's going to be like I don't know if it's better to not talk to anybody. Like, the game, I'm completely with the prince. All right, we'll talk with the prince. Is this the right place? Find the prince at an inn. Guards blanket the building, including a sharp-eyed Varl who must be working for Luden. A woman in red eventually waves you over and stands nearby, arms crossed. Greetings, Prince Luden. Yes? You're with Wagner? I don't remember you. Not exactly. I've known Wagner a long time. I'll be joining you back to Grofheim with my guards. Luden looks up for the first time. The woman doesn't react. Why? I work for the king, carrying tithes to the capital. We crossed by chance. Oh, a tax collector. Fine company. What do you want? Just to introduce myself. You collect taxes for the Varl territories. True pleasure. Yes? An awkwardness hangs in the air like a thick fog. You take the opportunity to depart. I guess he didn't appreciate that I'm a tax collector. Or he did, in a weird way. Scrivener! How about a scrivener is as a tax collector? Looking up a word now. Doing English lessons. A clerk, scribe, or notary. Okay. No one in their right mind appreciates a tax collector? I mean, you are if you're the one using the taxes. So, it's funny, there's a lot of poor people who... I'm about to say something mean. Like... Scrivener. Oh, Scrivener, by the way, is a clerk, scribe, or notary, so... Damn it, he got me. You find Hakon in a mead house surrounded by other Varls. Strand is no stranger to Varl, but rarely see this many. Hakon waves you over. Straight for a flagon. Odin is the one who agreed to pass up a drink. I wasn't invited to Governor's Hall anyway. You already missed the massacre. Every year I make the rounds collecting taxes. Every year it's the human settlements that give me trouble. I'm surprised, but this time. When I got here, the Great Hall was already full of bodies. We added a few more. Humans. I guess if I only lived as long as a Yox fart, I might be desperate to make something of myself too. Not too late to start trying, Hakon. Hakon lets slip a low chuckle. Any Varl could recount his deeds, known as he is for cutting a swathe through Dredge at Vognir's side in the Second War and regularly since then. Down here, I'm a glorified bodyguard. You might have a point. Just another reason to get back to Grofheim. Soon enough, I imagine. You drink until the meat house becomes overbearing, then step back into the cool air outside. At dawn, you're awoken by a delivery of goods. At least you think it's dawn. Damn hard to tell with the sun that never moves. The governor's crest adorns the supply leathers. All there, just as promised to your mild surprise. You wonder if Eric had anything to do with that. You guards take the treasure wagon down to the gates. Vognir's already here. A while later, Luden and his men appear, groggy and disheveled. OGre steps forward. Vognir's quartermaster, if you recall correctly, in charge of his unwieldy entourage of warriors. You know him only in passing. He asks if you're ready to depart. Of course ready. We had nothing else we can do. You follow Mogre and join the others. Usually the smaller doors set into the gates would be enough to enter or leave the city. But the town guards have been told to push them open entirely. They mutter things under their breath that are best not heard. Perhaps the governor expected you to draw a crowd, but there's nothing of the sort. Just frustrated, tired people. Summarize this strand well as a whole, you think. Look, there's our little caravan leaving Strand with a great big banner behind it. The caravan stops for the day. A gift, says OGre, cracking open mead casks. My gracious friend, the governor of Strand. Hours pass with raucous laughter as the mead is passed throughout the camp. Toast to Vogner. You raise your drink, toasting the alliance between man and Varl. The others join in. Luden's expression is like a stone wall, but the others laugh at your exaggerations. Eventually, you sit down beside Vogner. Go easy on the drink. You go easy. Nothing against a good drink, but if anyone is going to keep an eye on things, it may as well be you. Revelers eventually fall asleep without incident. Morale improved. You rise groggily. Campsite, a casualty of merriment. Mulger is already kicking warriors awake when you spot Luden stalking your direction. He sidesteps sleeping bodies. Better wake up, you nudge Wagner. You're needed. Ah, it's Luden. Always a pleasure. You look well rested. Wagner releases a caged yawn and receives a hard-eyed stare in return. How long to Grofheim? We're only 2 days out of Strand, you know. Come, I'll show you on a map. I like the art too. I wasn't sure because this is I think the game was 2014 is what it said. So I wasn't sure, but I'm liking it. This is the map of the world. You can explore it by dragging the mouse to pan along, using the mouse wheel to zoom. So, location of caravan is indicated here by Ubin's icon. World map is covered with many locations that holds much lore. You can explore the map at any time, clicking locations for more information. Iron Turf. Where is Grofheim? Oh. Last tomb of the Varl and seat of their power, founded by Arnfinnir, the second Varl king. The Varl have moved around a lot. Most consider Grofheim their capital. The deeds of the Varl are honored here, and all warriors of worth are buried at the foot of the two spears, where they are said to become part of the Varlsmarch itself. If we're going there, to Grofheim. Then we're gonna go up here, turn right, and then boom. We'll probably go to Schlid. Go to Verdfell first, and Schlid. Then from Schlid, probably straight to Grofheim, I guess. Tomorrow, Val. Sorry, is tomorrow. Also, welcome in, Luna. Sorry, I forgot to say hi. We head north and east past the forts. Grofheim's far from Strand. Going to be a long march. Should have drank last night, Luden. Why not take the ships to Skerdmerstead? What's the point of marching? Silverstone Bay is called that for a reason. It stays covered in ice all year. It would tear up the longships. Too bad, though. Could have shown you all the wonders of Skirmsterstead. A half-sunken city crawling with dredge prints. Dredging glaciers. You like glaciers? Luden exhales through the nose. Poor disguise for his contempt. He turns and bats aside the tent flaps as he goes, barking at his company in the distance. Don't poke the anthill, Wagner. He seems no happier to be here than you. Spend a few more days with the boy, old friend. You'll be looking for a tall cliff to hop off to. What's RC2? Oh, Robocop 2? I don't know. at some point. Not tonight. I need to catch up on stuff after I'm done this stream tonight. Because I ended up with not doing anything during the day today, which is why I don't have pickles and I don't have broccoli. Luden's got a shorter wick than Hakon. Thanks, Hogan. Let's get moving. Another half day to Vitterfell, if we're lucky. Thanks for the hydrate. Camp. Camp is where you manage your caravan. During travel, you can enter camp at any time by tapping the camp button on the travel HUD. While at camp or in towns, you can upgrade your allies or equip items in the hero's tent. You can pass time by using the rest tent. Resting will improve the caravan's morale. High morale will reduce casualties in war and affect your willpower in combat. Each passing day will use supplies, so only rest when necessary. The training tent will allow you to safely try out any characters in a mock battle. Tap leave at the bottom of the campsite when you're ready to get back to the road. We're going to view the stats, promote ranks, and learn about abilities. Click the ability button to learn about the unit's abilities. Character uses massive weight to sweep his weapon around himself, hitting multiple adjacent targets, friend or foe, for normal strength damage. Tempest triggers the character's passive ability, Heavy Impact, which in turn can cause a chain reaction of destruction if used in close quarters. Keeping this character out of harm's way until late in the fight will maximize his effectiveness. Or I don't.
Winterfell. Even the name means bad weather, where frozen wind sweeps in from the bay. They tend livestock, but most are just men driven from Strand with nowhere else to go. Why else would anyone stay? We won't stop long.
Hardbrog. The Hadbrog. It's a lot of Varro for some missing cattle. What? A couple days back, sent word to Strand about the cattle. Didn't expect an army. He looks pleased with himself until it sinks in that you aren't here on his behalf. Where have your cattle gone? Wouldn't know. My boy has seen men up in the hills carrying them away. Don't know many men who can hoist a whole cow by himself. Scalfing's out here, maybe? Could they have Varro working for them? Not from what the governor told me. I'm gonna take a look around and get camp set up. Peasant spits, his eyes anxiously darting about as the caravan sets up tents. We'll be here no more than a day. There's silver for any food you've got. For hundreds of Varro? Are you serious? Whatever you're willing to sell. You thinking of squatting? Not enough room for a couple hunters here. Forget hundreds of... Shut up. Hear that? Where's Luden? It's faint. Sounds like fighting and something else. Falcon takes off at a run. Oh. Clicking any tile will automatically make a path, but you can also set waypoints. Click once to make a waypoint. Now select the next waypoint. This is often useful when you need to avoid certain tiles.
The peasants are revolting.
They've always been
Spearmen can
revolted
attack
beasts,
diagonally and
but
up
now
to 2
they're
tiles away.
rebelling.
That's not bad. Click the top right banner to compare your stats with the enemies. Now click the enemy to target. Armor blocks attacks on strength. For each enemy armor higher than your strength, there is 10% chance the attack will be deflected. Notice the chance to hit shown above the attack button. Attack the enemy's strength. Why? Deflected attacks do no damage. From here on out, you will fail catastrophically if you don't break armor. Damaging both strength and armor is equally important. Ooh, Prince dead. Well. Jesus Christ, these guys aren't gonna last long in this fight. Wish I could move the camera around, but you can't really. Brinks, appreciate the alert. You're welcome. I had to use the one that they suggested I use, and I was like, all right, I have to.
Some of my men are calling you Solenia, the pickle man.
Solenia, he's coming. It's because I threw away my sandwich.
He's just a pickle.
He's a monster.
Unfortunately, I lost the one guy. An enemy with the shield master. Motion tempered by blood, pain whenever Mogres has been injured in battle. Okay, he's not dead, he's just injured. But oh, sorry it took so long. It's no big deal. I don't know. I know it's one where the decisions you make matter, but I'm pretty sure that the characters can die. But I think we're still in the tutorial. I literally just started it. I've never played this game and know nothing about it. So it's all, you know, you would have reset. If it was like a character I made that I wanted to keep, then sure, but these are all story characters, so if they die, they die. I mean, it is how it is. Wow. I mean, it's just how it is. Story characters, if they die, they die. If it's a character that I made and, you know, I want to keep alive, I mean, I owe 0 pickles because I told Val earlier that I have no pickles. Because I stayed up too long playing games yesterday and then I watched Robocop after the stream was done. Like, I didn't get to bed until around 11 and I didn't wake up till like 3 something. So I didn't have time to go to the store to buy pickles because I had to do my exercise, walking on my normal stuff right before stream. So he's partially responsible for being there and promoting my long stream, so. Try to get yourself killed, Luden. What are you doing? I was trying to get a shot in between the plates. Never seen a judge before, boy? Kind of idiot. Break their armor first. Where did they come from? We didn't even see them. They were just there. Hakon goes to where Vognir lies face down. Future Varl King lies motionless, aside from a spreading pool of blood. Oh wait, did he die? No, that was a different guy, right? Maybe he did die. Huh. If you start looking now, you need to eat breakfast and stuff. I'll find out. Vognir's dead. Oops. He might, that might have been him that died. I have to go back and look because I don't remember what that character's name was. It does give you different perspectives on the story, by the way. Where did that thing come from? So, like, you'll shift between characters as the story goes. At least that's what it said at the start. I had it in my Steam inventory and just was like, oh, what is this? I was trying to think of what to play today, and then I was wandering through. I have this, and then apparently I have this one, the second one, and the third one. So I was like, all right, let's play this. You wanna, but you're also terrible at these type of games. You normally overpower and then crush by sheer force. I mean, I don't know if we have the ability to do that in this game. It doesn't. It's not showing it. Deployment happens where battle. Click units, Rook and Alette. To deploy them within the blue squares, click ready to start the battle. Careful, don't get too close. All right, Rinks, I appreciate the lurk. Always good to see you, and thank you for the closed screen here. Let me show it to you. And the stream's ending. I have to add the stream ending text to it, but I have it set so at least I can put it up. I also have it here, like, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but here's the other one. If you want. If you want to, then you can, but you don't have to. I can add it. I can add a text to block the things. Okay, I need to fix. Pushes you out of the way. I mean, it's fair. All right, so she needs. Hey, I don't really look into like things like that. I just needed text. There's a reason I don't do art. Like, I can sit there and suggest things and, you know, comment along those lines, but I can't actually do art. I didn't realize they were both archers. Sure. If it was lying dead at your feet, would regret ever. I don't really like how fast it cycles through because I can't really read it all. Well, I can read it all, I just can't read it out loud. Okay, just message you with your specification, also the size you need it in so that there's not black space around. It's the 1920 by 1080. Just the regular, like, screen. But, alright, I'll message you later. That way you don't kill me for putting up typeface that you don't like. I'd rather not be dead the next time I go to Japan. Was that Dredge? Well, that looks calm, but you can tell her heart is about to beat right out of her chest. It was. Let me see. Are you hurt? No, I'll be fine. When the Dredge attacked your cart and the yaks bolted, it spilled most of your supplies. You can see more dark figures moving through trees when you glance that direction. All that food, that's the last we're going to get before winter. What do we do? Don't run, let me think. If we hurry, we can gather them before more dredge appear. I can see them in the trees. Are you sure about this? No, we have to try. Be quick. I mean, it's either that or starve to death. Let calms the yaks while you frantically toss supplies back into the cart. More dredge emerge, but you manage to get the cart moving again before they can close in. Colossal figures slowly recede in the distance. It's Supplies represent food and other goods used to keep everyone alive on the road. When supplies are gone, people will start to die of starvation. The more people are in your caravan, the faster supplies will diminish. I can see how that could be an issue. You can see how many days of supplies you have left on the travel display at the top of the screen. Most towns will have supplies to sell, as well as a few items. I can't click the map again. Where's the camp button so that I can go to the camp menu? Okay, I guess we have to get somewhere first. Never
expected to see the dredge with my own eyes. What happened in the north? Already we see more between the trees as we approach our home, and Alette grips my hand tight. We must find Ivor.
Looks for reals. Ivor! Enormous Varl in question towers over the men in the training field. He squints as you approach. Already back, Huntmaster? What'd you be tomorrow? Dredge everywhere. Dredge? How did they get through Greyhorn? Must have broken through the fort. Fighters nearby have stopped sparring. They gather around you. Damn it, they'll be here soon if they're not already. You hear screams from the outskirts. People are running toward the Great Hall. Ivor turns to one of the older boys in his group of fighters. Egil, take Alette to the Great Hall. Tell the chieftain what's happening. The rest of you gather up as many people as you can. Come on, Alette. No, wait. I want to help. Do we keep them or do we... See, now here's my thinking on this. If we keep them there to fight, it might help us win the fight easier, but then the Great Hall is undefended. So there might be an attack there that there's nobody there who can defend. So we keep them with us to make our fight easier potentially. Or do we send them? It looks like she might protest but scowls and runs off to safety. I don't know, like, again, it's like I don't really know the scenario enough, but I would think if you have all of your forces in one place, then why wouldn't the enemy attack the second place? God, Zork, don't start telling them I know what I'm doing. I know it's a stretch, but they bought it. What's the plan? Just hold off any dredge we see until everyone's inside, then we figure it out. More shouts draw your attention to some houses atop a nearby hill. See? Sure enough, dredge are gathering in number. Fear threatens to bubble over into panic. How long do we need to keep this up, you ask? Ivor shakes his head unknowingly. It's a bad sign. Use move in the order you place them from left to right. This initiative order is very important when setting up strategies. For example, put archers after melee units so that they can stay safe behind your heavy hitters. Drag the unit icons to arrange their order. Hunter's wife to keep her daughter safe from harm. All right. Oh, ready for battle. Jesus, if I learned to read, I would have had that right away, but somehow I'm not able to read. This. Yeah, I should have kept him there for the fight. So look, the one with the shield looks like trouble. Yes, I agree. She's 5 attack range. Can we... keep on that one. Cut his damage down. Oof. All right. Gotta work him down quicker. I'm pretty sure that one that died earlier was Wagner, and I'm pretty sure we killed a story character, but you know what? It happens. Ah, he's after the archer. Archer, run! Oof. See if we can tempt him over. All right. Oof. Those lying dead at your feet, but are defeat an enemy with a strong arm. Rook and Ivor are ready for promotion. And they gain 6 for now. There you go. Combat can be unforgiving. Don't hesitate to change the difficulty of battle if it leaves you frustrated or you find yourself needing a tougher challenge. Use the options menu to change difficulty. Don't worry, you can change the difficulty at any time and it has no effect on the story or the choices you make. Okay. Unless, of course, people die. I mean, I don't know. Black horde is forming at the tree line. Enough of this, says Ivor, glancing over his shoulder. We're going back. Then adds, Rook, I'm doing one more check of the houses around here. See if you can find anyone. Got it. You're lucky to escape the notice of more dredge on the way back. You see them rummaging through homes, tearing the buildings apart. If you're gonna look for more survivors, you make a note to do it quickly. Find anyone? A few. Sent them inside. Gods, this is bad. I'm out of practice, Rook. Look, as long as I've known you, you've always wormed your way out of talking about dredge. This would be the time to start talking. I can tell you they rarely stop for rest. The sooner we leave, the better. They'll follow us until we're tripping over tired women and children. Then they'll attack. Even after we're wiped out, they'll keep coming, trampling corpses in their wake. There's no end to them. How did anyone survive the Great Wars? Ask the Menders. I wasn't there. But I know you fought your fair share. Yeah, I've killed enough slag for one lifetime. So are you gonna save us now? Don't lay that on me. Come on, let's get inside. Bottom of the roster, drag them onto your units to equip them. Only equipped by characters of equal rank. Promote your units to equip higher rank items. Click on an item for more information. Promote. Higher stats. All right. Yeah, sure. What do we want to give this guy? Rook. What are these two down here? Yeah. What is the chain breaking one and the shield break? Ah, there it is. Amount of willpower you can use on any given action. Ah, okay, that's the exertion, that's the break. Okay. I don't want him to be able to break things faster. And give him a little more damage dealing as well. Hmm. Yeah, let's make him a breaker. These can break faster, that way we can get to doing the damage later. Thank you for the hydrate. Now you buy with renown, but we don't have renown to buy with. Statue of a sightless man. All right. Let's give our new item. All right, that should be fine, right? Right. Rook, thank the gods you made it. Great Hall is an utter din, filled as it is with dozens of terrified families. Don't stop worrying yet. I haven't. What in the depths is going on? Dredge milling around, ransacking houses? Chieftain's wife finds you pushing through the crowd. They must know we're here. Why haven't they attacked? Don't know. I wouldn't expect it to last. I've made some decisions, but tell me straight, what would you both do in my place? I'd have left by now. They're already outside the doors. Not so easily done. Rook? I think I'd trust Ivor on this. We probably should have already left, but if they're just gonna run us down. Chieftain sighs a deep and heavy breath, slumping. He looks years older. I imagine us fighting back and saving the town, but nonsense. Ivor's right. Of course, can't just wait to be slaughtered. Where do we go if dredge are coming down from the north? Frostvale to the west. It's close and it has walls. I intend to be free of Skulker in one push. Nobody left behind. I wouldn't. If they follow us, we're done. What do you suggest? Let me create a distraction, then go. I'll catch up on the road to Frostvale. Do we abandon the storehouse? We have to. We'll be leaving behind everything but the supplies you brought, Rook. On the other hand, Frostvale is at least a week away. I'm not sure we've got that much food. It'll be cutting it close. If we're saddled with heavy carts, it'll be almost impossible to outpace the dredge. And if we run out of food before we get to Frostvale, it won't matter how many escape. I still say let me handle the dredge. Ivor usually knows what he's talking about. I'll join him. Chieftain thinks for a long moment. I didn't ask for advice just to ignore it. Promise you're not throwing away your lives on this. That wasn't part of my plan. Ivor? Nope. Then I'm coming with you. That catches you by surprise. The chieftain rubs his chin but doesn't argue. From the training she's given, you've no doubt she can handle a bow. Fine. I'll get the townspeople ready. Make your move, Ivor. We'll leave when you're clear. I want Gil with us, says Ivor. If something happens to us, I need him to tell the chieftain. Ivor goes off to find him. Alette finds you. I know what you're doing. You have to let me come, she says. Don't leave me, please. I'll be good. Okay, Alette, just promise to listen. I promise, she says. Ivor soon finds you both. Let's go. Remember, we're not trying to fight them all. We're just getting their attention. You step into the town courtyard where you can already see dredge in every direction. Ivor starts banging his shield and swearing at them. You kill a few, he shouts, and the rest will follow. You steel yourself for a tough fight. Come on. Yeah, these two have to do a lot of the work breaking shields. Hopefully. He'll be in range. He won't be in range. He won't be in range. So if I step back one, might be able to kill him in two. An enemy who steps in it with a rain of arrows. Now we can kill him. One shot. Easy kills. What I've noticed also is that you only get the kill experience for the person who gets the kill shot. So I'm gonna have to balance the kill shots between people to raise their levels. So people can be helpful, but if you don't get the kill, you don't get anything out of it. You have no problem getting the dredge to follow. Things begin to look dicey, but you're eventually able to lose them in the thick woods, where they have difficulty keeping up. You climb to an overlook and wait for the caravan to appear. An hour later, Oddleaf is the first to spot them. There, she points to the road. As you rejoin them, you can tell there was trouble. Some people wounded, others missing. A group is gathered at the rear of the caravan. Oddleaf walks beside a covered figure in the open wagon. Old fool, she says through clenched teeth. I should have stayed with him. Chieftain's death hits you like a blow to the gut. You continue on to Frostdweller in silence, the left hand firmly in your own. Well. Pausing to catch your breath, you glance backward to see the caravan stretched out past the point of safety. They're spread out too far, so far that you're unable to see those bringing up the rear. We gotta pull them together, says Ivor. It'd be dangerous to stop until at least the Godstone path should be just ahead. Make your way to the rear and hoist a small child under your shoulders. Fight for every step. Remember those who didn't make it and push onwards. The clansmen see your effort and follow suit, pushing themselves harder. And if it's a week, we have enough supplies. Glad I bought supplies. $270 clansmen, 40 some odd fighters, and no varls. Are enough for today, I think. After a day of misery, men and women drop their meager possessions beneath the godstone of Revaldir. What are we doing? We just left our homes because suddenly there were dredge. Chieftain did what I suggested, and look what he got for it. Look at these people. Somebody has to hold them together. That's you, Rook. What do? We run into more dredge. You mean when? I'll be honest with you, these men can't take on dredge by themselves. I expect we'll lose two for every slag we take down. So we run? Only if you want to lose women and children. We're gonna have to fight, and there are gonna be deaths. Gods be damned, why is this happening? Think of how I feel. I'm stuck nursing a bunch of weaklings. You do care, I can tell. Under a plague in the world, worse than any dredge as far as I can tell. Chats like this are why we get along so well, Ivor. You sleep poorly, the sun forever is stuck to an eternally bright sky. Before the others rise, you find yourself staring over long, low hills covered in pine. The Weatherstone doesn't see many visitors, not much reason to travel so far east. When hunters come through, they sometimes stop to give offerings out of habit more than anything else, now that the gods are dead. Revaldir was the god of hunters and of wild beasts, occasionally seen roaming the land as both man and wolf. He was always depicted in effigy with his terrible spear. You wonder what he'd think about his woods being full of dredge now. A young girl from the caravan approaches you. I made this for you, she says, handing you a crude necklace carved from a branch she must have found nearby. Thank you for saving my mama, she says, before running back to her tent. At your tent, you rouse the lad who clings to your arm until she's completely awake. Bad dreams. Eventually the camp is broken down and it's time to move on to Frostdweller. It feels like an end more than a start. Gained item. Broken rune. Let's see. Got 4, he's got 3, none for Eggle. None for Roulette. But Oddleaf has a promotion. Let's see. Not a lot of strengthener abilities here. For what she's got, we'll have to improve it. Yeah, only doing that to equip heroes real quick. Caravan halts when a group of men appear on the trail. Weapons at their feet. We've seen the dredge in your wake, says one. We don't wish to meet them alone. If you'll let us join you, we'll show you a watering hole with enough animals to fill those supply wagons. An inherent fear of strangers raises mutter from the caravan. What are you doing out here alone? We were hunting here for food, and when the dredge found our village, says the man. When we returned, he looks away, unable to finish. Sure. There'll be no trouble, come along, you say. The men cautiously join your ranks and prove trustworthy. The hidden watering hole nearby is teeming with animals, and soon your supplies are nicely restocked. During rest, one of the men get too drunk and ends up splashing mead in a warrior's face. A brawler erupts, many thrown fists and broken bone later. The instigator, Rafsnavarter, is tossed on the ground at your feet. Angry clansmen looking for satisfaction. His personal defense is little more than drooling mumbles. Tie him up until he dries out. You grab her from the supplies and make short work of the slot. A few onlookers throw scraps at him, but most just walk away with a laugh. At least content that some measure has been taken. I didn't want to kill the guy for it. I mean, but it looked, I forgot there's a guy that, what is his name? Egel? How's the arm, Egel? You find Egel just outside the camp practicing his sword swing. I saw you take some hard hits out there. Oh yeah, I'm great. Or not great considering everything that's... Yeah, I'm fine. My arm's fine. It's a strong shield. It's Rook, right? I know we haven't talked much before now. But if you want, just call me Gil. Okay, Gil. I wanted to let you know that I meant what I said before about making sure nothing happens to Alette. I've never seen a shield like that before. Yeah, I doubt there's many. My father made this. It's solid metal. Really heavy. Yeah, if it was solid metal, that would be a super heavy shield. But I've been practicing with this since I was a kid. I used to spend a lot of time getting used to lifting it. He raises it up to show you. Pretty good with it now. The only thing of my father's I have left, and when my mother died, she gave it to me before she died. Or she gave it to me before she died. Ira seems to think you're pretty good. Did he say that? It's good, I'm trying. Never had to fight anything like Dredge before, but I don't have much else to do, and how many people get to train with a Varl? Just seems like I couldn't be a help to someone. I could be a help to someone. That's what I want to be. Detective of Alette, huh? Well, she's... I don't want her to get hurt. Uh-huh. You can see his cheeks turn bright red. Uh-huh. Don't worry, she can take care of herself, too. I know, I didn't mean... Easy, Gil. I know what you meant. If you need something, let me know. I can do anything you need. Between you and Ivor, we're going to be okay, I can tell. The caravan is visibly relieved to find a small village on the way to Frostviller. with beds and fresh supplies. The locals here are shocked by the news you bring and discuss it amongst themselves while you set up nearby. Let's see. Just to have the extra supplies. Why not? Gives us options. You're only just outside the village when two men in red approach. My name is Hogan, says one, gesturing to the other. My brother is Mogan. Many from the village wish to join you to Frostweller. The third man, exuding rage, charges up to the group. Shut your mouth, Hogan, he screams. What's going on? These bastards don't speak for us. They've been trying to divide the village since you got here. True, you can keep whoever wants to stay and die. The rest of us will go with the reasonable people of Skogr. I'll have you both gutted before I let half the village desert. Behind the angry villager, a mob of armed thugs have appeared. All furrowed brows and nervous stares. You both know what will happen to the rest of us if the fields are abandoned. Nobody leaves. It's not really our place to interfere with their town. I don't know what the scam is this time, Hogan, but you got two choices. Get back to work or I'm finally putting you in the ground. Hogan, what do you say? Thought it was unfair that he only asked me? Hogan draws his axe slowly, followed by Hogan. Despite their confidence, the brothers are significantly outnumbered. I think I make a poor farmer. You step back as one of the thugs lunges forward and is caught in the ribs by Hogan's axe. The air soon rings with the sound of screams and axe heads against shields. Four men lie dead on the ground before the others run. You hurt, Mogan? Nah, we should have done that years ago. Nah, I can't go around killing for no good reason. This was a good reason. The brothers head back into the village and soon many of the villagers have joined your caravan. Hogan introduces you to his young son and wife. All grins, unconcerned about the fact that you never agreed to let them come. You don't bother arguing. Before long, you set out again. Yeah, I was like, wait a minute, why do we add people? I didn't agree to this deal. Alette marches quietly alongside the caravan, a little distance since leaving the village. When you stop for a rest, Oddleif approaches you both. Alette, I have something for you. Oddleif has gathered up the long banner from the caravan and smiles warmly as she passes it to Alette. What's this about? I was hoping you'd sew the banner with everything that has happened since we left Skogr. Come find me another time, Rook, and we'll talk. Before you can comment, she departs. Dad, are you the chieftain now? It looks that way. Oh, then that means... You're both quiet for a moment, while Alette unfurls the banner. Oddleif has been teaching me how to sew. She speaks pretty highly of you. I'm gonna read Can we read the part about Mom? You nod. On the banner has been sewn the story of the families who have lived in Skogre throughout the years, just as it is done on every banner in every town. I wish she were here, but I'm kind of glad she isn't. Section of banner about your family is short, but Alette has been sewing in colorful designs. Why do you say that? So she doesn't have to deal with all of this? Dredge, leaving home, and... Why didn't you stop those men from killing each other in the village? I mean, if it's okay to ask. It wasn't my decision to make. Deciding what happens to other people. I'm glad I'm not you. I wouldn't know what to do. It's not exactly my calling either. Yeah, I know, Dad. I think you're doing a good job. She hugs you. You spend the rest of your time together, sewing verses into the banner. For better or worse, the story of Skogre is your burden now. Ah, so the banners in this game, you sew your story into the banner based on each village or whatever. Interesting approach. How are you doing, Odd? I'm alright. Not at first. Sometimes when a loved one dies, people say it doesn't sink in for a while. It sunk in for me right away. People tell me I'm a strong woman. It's funny, my father named me Oddleaf before I was even born. He wanted a boy so badly.
Some of my men are calling
Strong woman, what does that even mean?
The pickle man.
Solenia, he's coming. It's because I threw halfway my sandwich.
He's just a pickle.
You redeem pickles, knowing that they're not there. What type of monster are you? Oh, we have an ad break. No, it's a couple minutes away. 7 minutes. Let me hit the ad break. I'm gonna take a break real quick to refill my water because it's getting low. Don't take this the wrong way, but I don't want to be known for handling my feelings. If I feel nothing about my husband dying, people think I'm strong. If I cry because my insides feel like they're on fire, I'm weak. Why does that feel so backward? I'm sorry, Rook. It's been hard. You're not sure what to say. In the many years you've known the chieftain's wife, this is probably the most you've ever talked. You asked me to come find you? Yeah, it's about the banner. I thought about it a long time. You asked me to give it to you. You know, if something happened. What would you have done? That's what I've been thinking about so much. It should be mine. I should carry it. But I thought about why he named you. I get it. They won't follow a woman. Families would leave. Our banner would be divided. You're probably right. I know I'm right on this one. It's not just about our small town. What happens the first time we need something from another clan? How will that go? And the first time someone thinks they can take advantage of us. I think this is what has to happen. I rely on you. I'll be there when I can. Just don't expect any miracles. Never expect miracles, but always let people know that you need them when they're important. Listen, I know I dragged this out. The truth is my husband and I could never have a child. I don't want our banner to end here. It'll be safe with you and Alette. I know you're going to take care of her. She puts her hand on your shoulder as she heads back to the camp. Hey, morale went up. There you go. We're good. We can leave from here. It's like there's no market. We're not in a town. We're on a campsite. At a small split in the trail, a few fighters stopped to speak with you, each carrying a single pack. We recognize this place, one man says. Spent several years here with some kin. If they're still around, we have to warn them of what's coming. With luck, we'll find you again in less than a week. Sushi, welcome in. How are you doing? Lurkin, you're about to play duos with Pinky on Fortnite. No, have fun with that. Enjoy Fortnite. If I'd known you guys were gonna play, I would have played Fortnite today, but now I'm in this story and I'm in this game and I'm in the story, so I can't. That's all you're taking. You may never make it, you say, grabbing a few items from a supply wagon. You strap the additional provisions to their back. Search your family instead of food, you say with a smile. The man clasps wrists with you before departing. Complaints of Raftharder's excessive drinking have resurfaced. This time the man stumbled over some tent ropes, pulled the snagged canvas through a campfire, nearly setting a supply wagon aflame. Clansmen put out the fire on both the wagon and Raftharder's leg before leading him to you. This man drinks nothing but water from now on. Raftharder groggily agrees, slurring his way through promises to quit being such a nuisance. Many of the onlookers snort or roll their eyes, but to go back to their business. Somehow, you doubt it'll be long before Raftharder manages to find another drink, whether you allow it or not. Yeah, but well, then we've already given him a chance. We'll just punish him fully afterward. You good? Hope you're doing good. You're sleeping all day, so... But if you want to play later, let us know. It might still be on. Alright. I'll keep it in mind. Dredge, shouts a man from the back of the caravan. It's Raftharder, the unabashed drunk, staggering toward you, looking not entirely sober. He screams again, pointing to trees in the distance. Fear races through the caravan as fighters pull their weapons. Scouts return with no sightings, and furious men surround Raftharder. So we banished the drunkard. The man's meager belongings and some food are thrown in a pile. Everyone moves on. He's tied loosely to a tree. You expect he'll break his bonds eventually once he sobers up. Please, I swear, he pleads to your back, finally realizing his plight. Whether his dredge were imagined or not, you don't expect to see him again. The problem, he was being a problem. We gave him 2 opportunities and told him he's not allowed to drink anymore.
Now just keep the howling winds at bay. With luck, they'll hold out against Dredge as well.
Skogr. Got a Varl in the front there, that's that guy. You jostle through fallow crowds, sunken faces who appear as though they've been freezing in front of Frostfelder for days. The gates are closed. You come to a stop at the bottom of the hill. This is not looking good. Why are there so many people in the fields? You can't stay outside in the open like this. Oddly finds you amongst the many refugees. Brooke, I just talked to some of the women here. Nobody's being led into the city. Why? It's overrun with Varl from Blotzbalker, Greyhorn, people from Bilcher, all the nearby villages. The dredge are everywhere. And the chieftain of Frostfelder has locked himself in his great hall. That's when they close the gates. When the dredge come, these hills will turn red. We have to get in there. Where else could we go? With our whole caravan? South, but Sigholm or Borsgard are so far away. They may as well be horseborn land. They may as well be horseborn lands. The judge are moving south. If we keep going west, we might get out of their path. Wormtoe is half as far as Sigholm and full of Varl. And across the wastes, these people won't make it. I don't feel like any of these ideas. I don't like any of these ideas. That's because they're all bad. There's no point talking about leaving. We have to get in there. I see a lot of people gathered around the rest houses and the gates. We could find out what they know. How would we get in anyway? They closed the gate. I can get that gate open. Let's see if there's another way before we start breaking down gates. I wasn't gonna break it, just push really hard. Let's be honest, if you push that hard, you're gonna break the gate. Okay, we're in an ad break right now, so I'm gonna take this opportunity to fill my water, use the restroom, and I'll be back in a minute or two. For a minute. Either way, I'll be right back. Alright, coming back. Darn, how you doing? I'm back. All right. Always make sure we're supplied. We approach the gate where hundreds of people have gathered in the trodden, bloody space in front of the doors. Several pin-cushion bodies lie unclaimed as though they simply belong there. Archers up on the walls make it clear that nobody would be getting in. Men and women below intermittently call for mercy and reason, and they're not flinging stones and curses. Spent an hour talking to different people who all have the same story. A couple days ago, the chieftain shut himself in, closed the gates, and refused any more refugees. They've got huge stores of supplies in there too, adds one man. They're just hoarding them. How are you doing, Karn? How are things going? Thank you for the hydrate. Eagle pulls you aside. I was following the outside of these walls, he says. There's a water passage we could squeeze through, I think. Not the whole caravan, but if a handful of us get in, we might open the gates from the inside. I'm not fitting through there, says Ivor when you arrive at the narrow ducts. Go without me, it looks like it'll get looks like it'll get you on top of the walls and then down to the gate where you can open it. Why am I attacking the town when I don't know what's going on yet? Leave the crowds and back down the hill. There's a lot of people gathered around the rest houses. So maybe we can find help there, or at least make ourselves useful. Well, yeah, this is an intel gathering operation. It looks like I might have lost options because spent a whole day at the rest houses. Everyone gives you the same story. The chief didn't just shut himself in his great hall and closed his gates. There are a lot of wounded people here, Adzalet. We could help them. Let Nolly spend the day along with the others in your caravan treating wounds, most of which came from the archers at the gates. I overheard from one of the women that the city has been sending carts with food around. Could be a way in, Ivor replies. Next time they send a car, we bring it back in. Oddly protests. Aside from leading to a fight, it would probably mean no more food for the refugees. I'll leave the food cart alone. I don't want to get involved if others are going to suffer for it. You say you return to what you were doing. Rest house there. The clamor of the rest house behind you. I still think we should be getting in that city, says Ivor, spying on the gates on the hill. Ivor, did you really expect to push these gates open? I'm willing to try, grunts Ivor, despite sizing up the doors that look like they could hold back an army. When men start shooting arrows and pouring out to stop you, then you kill them, he says. You're not sure this is the most sound plan. We're not doing that. This is a terrible idea, you say. We don't know how many are in there. Ivor folds his arms. He seems almost relieved that he didn't have to live up to his earlier boast. Arms up on the wall. Oh man, so okay, apparently I can't go back to the water entrance once I don't do it right away. That sucks. I didn't realize that that's how that worked. Oh no, that's right. Or what is this one again? Here, we'll give it to him. One armor, 1 strength, and 1 will. There. I would have tried the water one again. I just didn't want to try it when we hadn't looked at any other options. Sucks. Well, I need to keep that in mind for the future. We're from Skogar, open the gates. You shout to the archers, not expecting much. You get as much response as you expected. Archers up on the wall, make it clear that leave the gates, try something else. Okay, so that blows. Take the opportunity to rest. The caravan eats, talks with others, and feels a little better in general. Everyone but Ivor, who's anxious and about being out in the open. Late in the day, you notice a crowd forming around a man shouting about something. Commotion is turning into an angry mob who are becoming ever more furious about being kept out of the city. You overhear them talking about attacking the archers on the walls and breaking through the gate. Hogan and Mogan join in and fan the rising flames. I won't let my family die in a field like dogs, shouts Hogan. He turns to you. Do this thing, Rook. We need you again. Why? Like, attacking it right before other people attack is a terrible plan. But I'm also bored of their conversations and not doing anything. So, let's go attack the gate. Ivor agrees, and you think you have a chance of pulling this off. As you approach the gates, Ivor stops you. He steps up to the gates alone. Archers above watch, more curious than anything else. Planting his feet, he puts his full weight into the massive door. Aside from a long wooden creak, nothing is happening. Then, unbelievably, the doors start trembling. The archers shout more to those inside the walls than out. The creaking becomes louder than a crack. Then the doors part slightly. Help him, you shout to the others. When you look back again, you see that the entire mob have thrown in to push. The gate finally succumbs under your combined effort, and you find yourself face to face with dumbfounded guards. You bark at the mob to attack. I would have rather not had to attack the town that we're trying to take refuge in. It's not normally the way you want to go about entering a place. Savarls have a short walking distance, right? These guys can make some progress. The fight won't be hard, it's just... Let's see. I want big guy to be able to move up on his. No, what's his name is down. We're dead. Kind of annoying not being able to clearly see things. Oof. He's dead. Rook's gone, everybody. I keep forgetting that they get, even though we had them outnumbered, they get equal turns until we get them down to 1. So beneficial in some ways, but in the situations like this where we outnumber them, it means they get more turns, so I should have put fewer people in the party. If I'd known, actually. Because it meant that my better fighters were out of it, basically. It's on me for forgetting a very basic thing. Average ready for promotion. Consequences. Hogan's injured. Rook's injured. Okay, cool. Let's injured. I was gonna say the village almost ended right there. I would have been like, well, the village had a good run under Rook, but it's done now. Guards who aren't lying at your feet run. A crowd of men and women scurry into the city while they have the chance, but it's only moments before a man wearing all black approaches with many more axemen at his back. Yeah, that's what I didn't want to attack for. What in the depths are you doing? letting ourselves in. I see that. I'm very impressed. But all those people you just let in here, dead. All those women and children with you, dead. And thanks for killing the only one holding this place together, Skull. What are you talking about? The man orders his guards to get the doors closed again before more refugees notice. If I knew there were fighters of an Avarl outside, I would have brought you in. I'm Ekkel, I'm in charge here. You heard about the chieftain? I heard he's hiding out in the Great Hall. Oh really? You think you mean hiding out in the grave? He's eating worms, if that wasn't clear. What happened in here? As soon as they heard Dredge were coming, anyone who couldn't swing an axe got onto the head. That's the short story anyway. Got one to the head, sorry. At least 3 clans in here warring over turf and food, and the worst are the godforsaken Varl. He eyes Ivor and shrugs with exaggeration as simply stating the obvious. We're in more danger here than out there. Look, I was in charge here before things went to crap. You got some people who can fight. You got a Varl who apparently has the strength of a god. I can keep your flock safe in the Great Hall. You fight for me, and to take back Frostveller. I don't take sides. It's too hard to tell when the good guys have become the bad. Fine, cut these sheep loose and watch your own asses. What do I care? All I want to do right now is get out of the damn streets. Think carefully about what you want. You can feel Ekil sizing you up on the spot, his hand hovering near his axe. He snorts through his nose, changing his mind. Good luck then. Hope we don't meet again fighting for the same scraps. With the gates closed, Ekil and his men disappeared down dark alleys. Hope we know what we're doing. Making up as we go, Ivor. Yeah, that might have been mistakes, but little did they sleep. Back to the other one, I guess. Hakon, we're back. I was able to get about as many warriors from Strand as you wanted, and more weapons, extra supplies too. You perk up just now realizing OGre has been talking to you. Since Wagner died, everyone has been looking to you to make the decisions. It's exhausting. Hakon? I heard you. I was saying the Varro we sent to Strand to return. The governor gave us most of what we wanted. Good enough. Much resistance from the governor? Some. I don't think he was happy at us buying his fighters using his own money. He also insisted we take on a lackey of his to watch over his property, a man named Eric. Eric, I met him. He seemed competent enough. Regardless, the governor will have to get over it unless he wants Dredge crawling through the streets. We put down every slag that has wandered through here while you were gone. Enough flapping of mouths then. You sure that wound is healed, Luden? I agree, enough has already gone wrong. If something happens to the prince on a mission of peace, the alliance would rot. Or worse. Luden makes his own decisions. We would only be made to do this again later, and I will not suffer it all a second time. Either take us through the wandering road or do your job and slaughter some Dredge. Luden turns abruptly with a scowl. He stands back to his ring of tents and followers. Wandering road's not an option with this many. I could crush that boy's skull with one hand. If Luden won't be deterred, you'll have to deal with it. Don't let Luden get to you. Let's go. I'm sick of looking at this dump. What do I tell the warriors, Hakon? Really telling them to be cautious would be a bad thing if they're a bunch of warriors. Tell them we don't stop until Schlitt is retaken. Glad to hear it. Give the word and we'll set off. I don't think any of them. Oh, yeah. Can promote him. Raise one of each. OGre. I'd ask how you're dealing with Vognir's death, but I already know the answer. Do you? Study OGre, which is good. I know most of these Varl, but they're not under my command. They came to follow Vognir. Tell you the truth, I wouldn't want to be in your position either. You think we're walking into a death trap? This many Varl? No, we should be all right. Things can get rough though. I don't like being the one to send Varl to their deaths. I like worrying about myself, and that's the extent of it. Who would have expected Vognir to drop like that to a couple of slag? I'm still wondering what happened. He had hundreds of dead slag to his name. I don't get it. Just happens sometimes. No big moment. Sure, it surprised him even more than us. Although I have to wonder. Nah, never mind. Anyway, I'll worry about the warriors. You worry about not doing something stupid. That's asking a lot. We can tell them about the caravan. Throw together this many Varl. Half of them want to hit each other. The rest want to be left alone. Anyone should keep an eye on? There's a couple of clan leaders trying to show off for each other. Not a big deal. I got it under control. The fighters we just got from Strand aren't bad, but they're unruly. Give it a few days. And there are a few moaning about fighting for you instead of Vognir. Those are the ones to worry about. What about Luden's men? They don't want to hear anything from me, I know that. Any problems? Could be. Luden's pet Varl is named Bercy. Not sure where he came from or what his deal is. Bastard knows how to fight, but there's something I don't like about him. This girl in red is scary too. Ursa. She's probably the best fighter Luden's got, to be honest. I've ever heard some of the Varl call her the witch. Why? The flaming arrows, I think. It's a good trick, but the fire upsets our Varl more than the dredge. Still doesn't make much sense. Witch? They're not scholars, Hackman. I think they're mostly just afraid of her. That makes more sense. Don't let her find out. What were you holding back about Vognir? Rather not say. Why not? It's the kind of thing that'd be stuck in your head, and you need a clear one. It's better if you let me worry about it. You say so. Keep it to yourself. There's a reason to bring it up again. I will. Let's get back to it. Let me know if you need anything else. So this game, the interesting thing is like, you have to make the decisions when the decision presents itself. What I mean by that is, when we were looking for the options earlier, I would have taken the water gate, like going the water route in with and try to open the gate surreptitiously, as opposed to bursting through the front gate and taking the hits. But you don't get that choice. You know him well, didn't you? Vognir? No. Ah, well, I don't know. I remember him. Always rushing around with some important business, but I never knew him. Never had a chance to talk much. Longer than I did, in any case. I suppose so. When he spoke, Varl listened. I knew that. I could use help there. Scrivener leans back, considering the sentiment. I've seen worse. They respect you for your ability to swing an axe. They need to respect you for your actions. But you're not talking to the right Varl. Ogre's got some skill there. Most I can do is hold a quill. heard you were terror in your day. Do you know how old I am? Dare I ask? I'm competing, you know. Nobody knows how old Weavarl can get, naturally. There's one by the name of Snorri. He's got a few years on me. Just hunkers in Grofheim collecting rhyme. Basha might actually beat me. Another one named Krumer is close, I think, but the addled son of a bitch still welcomes a fight. He'll probably be off before I am, although... The Scrivener gestures around him as if to remind you of the current situation. You chuckle. Anyway, point is, what difference does it make? I'm just a delivery baron for Jorundur now. Can't remember half what I've done. Hence the journal. Hence, don't get fancy on my behalf, Hackman. Okay, I won't. How do you mean? What do I write? I write what happens. We've got a banner in Oberang for that, you know. You mean the long banner? Yes, the Menders wove up something that writes its own history. You want my opinion? I don't trust it. No? It tells a broad story. I think there's some value in the narrow. Whose story does it write? Mine? Theirs? Ludin's? Gods forbid. Ha! You relic. The gods have been dead a long time. Oh, have they? Old habits, I suppose. What do you suppose happened to the sun? Gods, how should I know? Never seen something like this before. Are you worried? Some of the Varl in the caravan think the world's coming to an end. Others think it's the best thing that could happen. No more black months. I'll take it. If it's the end, I'm ready. What about the rest of us? To the depths with you. Ah! You can... I've hoofed more hills than a horse born with a grudge. Don't worry about me. Just gonna say. We stick around there. Look at that, says Mogre. In the hills, more dredge. More than a dozen, though. You could just as easily pass by as rush up there to slaughter them. There's a dozen dredge heading towards Strand, he says. You ask him when he started to care about Strand. I don't, he replies. I thought you did. We'll deal with it ourselves. The caravan stops and waits while you lead a small detachment up the hillside to take care of the dredge quickly. You tell Ludin to stay by the caravan. He folds his arm and mutters something about being treated like a child. I just want the kill counts to go up for these folk. Hit by an adjacent enemy, counterattack for one arm. Roy. Eh. Yep. So these fights seem to be almost guaranteed to get some injuries out of them because the AI definitely likes to merge its attacks on single targets, which is the right way to do it, but it's kind of a pain. Hakon, in your Luden's hard-booted trot as you set up camp for the first day and brace yourself. Can we speak as equals? We can try. It seems clear to me you plan to kill a lot of Drudge along the way, am I right? You're not wrong. And listen carefully. Don't assume only Varl can fight. You understand me? That is my banner we fly to Grofheim, the banner of Arborang. I insist on joining in battle. Almost got in your first encounter. Ready for more? Whatever you like, Prince. And, I expected more resistance. From Wagner, maybe. They tell me you were his Kender. And that's why you're in charge now. Some sort of next of kin Varl thing? Don't you take on his responsibilities? Why the tough axe, kid? Don't look down on me again. Don't you dare. When you're nearly 200 years, it's hard to take a 20-year-old man. Is that right? Seriously. You better start. We'll both be kings someday. The last thing I need to think about right now. Lydon looks at you as though you just punched yourself in the face. He heads back to his tent before saying whatever was on his mind. On exertion. You've gotten some characters with high exertion. Don't overlook this important stat. Exertion lets you add more willpower to your actions. Want to add more than 1 star to your attack? Upgrading to 3 exertion lets you add 3 damage to every attack or move 3 spaces further than usual if you've got the willpower for it. Remember, each stat is equally important in combat. Choose wisely. Yeah, I'm aware. Injured units can still fight but have a penalty to max strength equal to the number of days wounded. They heal as time passes when resting in camp. Moir, what are we going to give you now? Confirm. Here's the right. She watches you approach with her head tilted back and points a thumb toward Luden's tent. No, here for you. No? Can we talk? Kirsten shakes her head no, smile on her lips, eyelids low. Why not? I don't. Those two curiously contradictory words, you get two impressions. She has a beautiful obsidian voice, and this might be a complete waste of time. She watches you expectantly. About the flaming arrows, she raises an eyebrow. Varl and fire don't get along. All you get is a shrug. You're gonna use them. She pulls an arrow, there's a flick of her wrist. You don't quite catch. Suddenly a bird combusts in the tree behind you and falls to the ground, smoldering. Half the camp is turned to watch. Don't tell me not to. Oh, this has been fun. I am a witch, so be careful. She puts her forefinger to her lip with a soft shh. You're not quite sure what to make of that. You have a moment? As you approach Bercy, he lowers the book he was reading. He doesn't strike you as the book reading type. You're Bercy. You're Hakon. We've gotten that out of the way, haven't we? Had some questions. Say what you want to say. What's Varl doing working for Luden? What's Varl doing working for another Varl? What difference does it make? Looks like you're in charge right now, so do me the favor and don't get Luden killed. He's important to you? No, but that's one way to put it. Where'd you learn to fight? Same way as you, by fighting. You know what I mean. I robbed well-protected merchants for at least one man's lifetime. Is that what you mean? Yeah, not anymore. I had a lot of jobs. I won't keep you any longer. See you on the battlefield, O leader of Varl. You could join us. I'm where I want to be. Don't forget what I said about keeping Luden alive, got it? I mean, if Luden dies, it's his fault. We're clearly not responsible for killing him. Probably. Overhear conversation while marching alongside the warriors. I'm happy to stomp some slags as much as the next Varl, but I didn't join to take orders from Hakon, says one. Apparently he doesn't realize you're within earshot, not willing to die for him either. Who you take orders from? You ask loudly. Vognir's dead. We can decide right now. You raise your fist. He does the same reluctantly. His best shot's not bad, but you've had a lot worse. You grab him by the horns, swing his entire massive flame through the air, and plant him into the ground. What's his name? You ask his companions. Gris. Take care of Gris, you reply. You can hear them laughing at his misfortune as you wander off. I feel like that's the way to treat it. Small gathering of tents come into view. Group of merchants from the look of it. You ask what they're doing here. We were camped out at the Godstone ahead. One tells you, leaving an offering to Dengler. As one does, see his expression turns. Dreads start appearing out of nowhere. Some of us stayed. Thought the Godstone to be safe, but damned if I know why. We've been dodging them since we left. Ask if they have anything to trade. Not much, he replies. Anything of value we left at the Godstone. I've never seen this many Varl in one place before. You're off to deal with those dredge. You nod. You can part with some supplies if you need them. We have enough to keep them. As you like. You're passing Dingler's Stone. I have a request though. My wife's brothers stay behind. You'll know him by the necklace with many gold rings. If you see him, say we are safely in Strand. If you agree, and the merchants continue onward. What if we find his corpse? The caravan slows unexpectedly. Word travels down the line, then to OGre, who tells you, Dredge know we're coming, probably saw us back at Vetterfell and did their usual lurking. Could have been bad if we'd plotted into them, but we saw them first. Dredge watch you, waiting to see what you do. When's the last time you had commanded a few hundred Hakon? Says OGre. Don't overthink it. The warriors can take care of themselves.
Some of my men are calling you Solenia, the pickle man.
Solenia.
Welcome back, Val.
It's because I threw.
When you come across more enemies than your party can handle, you'll engage in war. Give your army orders to fit the situation, but be prepared to get your own hands dirty too. By making battle easier for yourself, you'll end up with higher casualties, or you can take the burden on yourself with the harder battle but save more lives. If you're ever desperately outnumbered, it may be best to run, avoiding battle completely. Dredge line the battlefield with weapons drawn. A fight seems inevitable. You take a quick head count. There must be at least 478 of them. You have 185 fighters and 466 of Arl at your side. Even from here, you can see nervous glances amidst the enemy ranks. This looks like a good chance to press your advantage. You consider taking your trusted allies and leading the charge, battering down the enemy. It'll throw you into the thick of battle where the fighting is most dangerous, but a strong charge can save lives. Just rush into the battle. You gather your allies and tell them to get ready to lead the attack. I'm enjoying it. Like, I'm liking the story so far. It's interesting. Val clearly, you know, is face palming about it apparently, although he typed it out instead of it actually being a facepalm. Oh, it's because he doesn't have a... Yeah. Hmm. Oh yeah, Mew, if you're on, I think Sushi and Pinky are playing Fortnite. What's the meaning of that? What, the CzarOmega facepalm where you typed it out? I don't know what the meaning of that is.
The peasants are revolting.
They've always been revolting, Prince. But now, they're rebelling.
One left. Take a moment to survey the battlefield. The enemy is being pushed back all the way down the line. You could take this opportunity to pull back and leave combat immediately. On the other hand, chasing down more dredge would rally your fighters and save a few lives. You won't have time to rest or change your party, but a chance to loot your enemies might reveal items that they took from previous victims. Dredge give you a wide berth and scatter into the distance. I don't want to take a complete victory and turn it into a 1 second. Get our heroes real quick. Yeah, need to rest in camp for them to heal up. But let's also look through. 69. Nice, Moger. You got one. Alright, should be fine. Wanted to at least heal him up a little more. I figure 1 day of rest won't take our supplies too badly down. We should be fine. Lyd has been sending scouts ahead quicker and more nimble than your Varl. One rushes back just as you cross the hilltop out of breath. Dredge, that direction. You overhear him tell Ludin. About a day away, they found a village. He asks what they're doing. Tearing the place apart, he says. Maybe 1,000 of them or more looking for God knows what. This will be a bigger fight than usual. Ludin is uncharacteristically silent, waiting to see what you say. Draw some of them forward and split them. Send a small group of shield bangers to get their attention. They do. Half a day later, many dredge are giving chase up the hill and they're plodding sort of way. You get ready to lay waste. Dredge line the battlefield, drawn, weapons drawn. The fight seems inevitable. We take quick count. 504 versus ours. Charge! Push into battle. Okay, it's just an options menu. Ooh, this is not a good position to be in. Ooh, that guy hurt a lot. Need somebody with a big weapon to hit that one. Wait. He can hit this one. Clear that one out before he gets a turn again. Goof, welcome back. How are you doing? Let's see. Making breakfast burritos? I thought you did that yesterday, or were you talking about doing that today and that's why you said it yesterday? Go. I won't lie, a breakfast burrito sounds really good right now to me too. And now I'm hungry. It's healthy and you want them again. Man, I'm not gonna stand between you and happiness, so. He's got a couple of people that go first. I ended up. You take back the eggs and. Let me take that back. Eggs and sausage. Eggs and sausage are fine. There's nothing wrong with eating those. Last night I ended up. I went to go to Taco Bell because it was like 6 a.m., 7 a.m., 8 a.m. It was 7 a.m. Unfortunately, Taco Bell was closed. I guess mine doesn't open that early. I thought they used to open at 6, but I guess they don't anymore. But I went to go to Taco Bell. They weren't open, so I had to shift up my option real fast. I ended up going to 7-Eleven and I got like 2 slices of pizza and some wings. these guys are difficult to move around each other. But at least when you're trying to keep smaller guys alive. 7-Eleven for the win. I mean, I would have liked to have gone to a different place, but I was trying to keep myself, like to be back in time to watch Robocop with Val in the Discord. Yeah, we watched Robocop. We're supposed to watch Robocop 2 at some point. Take a moment to serve the battle for the enemy is being pushed back all the way down the line. Wanted to see what it would, how it would look adding on extra enemy to the fight. I see it wasn't always. It's not a good decision to be made. Because they're gonna come in and wreck some of these folk. Like they came in like right at the right spots too. Why are 80s movies the best? Because they didn't really think or care about the stuff that everybody whines and worries about now. That's my take at least. Oof. Okay, that's the problem. I might actually lose on the add-on here. No, I'm never scratch that. I'm going to lose on the add-on. I'm just looking at it now. This guy needs to have his shields broken as much as I can. I already know why I'm losing. And that guy just showed why. Because I haven't been using people's special abilities. Because I forget what they are. Oof. Pretty sure I just lost the fight by trying to go for extra. Because that guy's still got 15 attack strength there. So he just swings, he'll hit me for 4. For 5, I mean. Yeah. Why, what didn't work? Val, what are you talking about? You appreciate the lurk. Oh, because you're not a sub anymore? I mean... You may somehow escape the vicious assault from the dredge. It doesn't give you much confidence in clearing the small town below. You hope that many dredge are out of the way, the odds will turn in your favor. We need to camp.
I love pickles. I'm crazy about them.
One more camp, unfortunately. We gotta do it. Next time I just need to let it go. Not push the fights. Actually, let's see. Do we have anybody else she can promote? How come we need to promote him? We'll promote Luden. It's showing that you're not subbed, Val. Like, it's showing that you're not. If you say you are, I'm just pointing out. You're VIP, you have your reverse badge, that's all that's showing up. Like, I don't know what it if you want, you can screenshot what it shows next to your name, but I'm letting you know what I see next to your name. Now you'll eat this healthy for this week until Thanksgiving. I'll promote our archer as well. We promote Mogre. Sure. Make him a little stronger there. Then hopefully we don't get our butts kicked in the future. He's literally just an attack. We'll keep him to that. I think their return order is fine. Continue on. Mush, dear Varl. With the village still a day away, you're eating on the march. If Varl approaches, we had words earlier, says Gris. You recall him claiming that he didn't care for your command. You were right in what you did. Let me join your guard and fight at your side. Pride hangs on his posture and sincerity in his eyes. You've got one shot, one opportunity. You tell him to report to Mogre. I don't sit in the back lines. Make a mistake and you'll get your head caved in. Nobody will lose sleep over it. He nods and goes to speak with OGre. You're close enough to hear the judge rattling through the buildings below. Pull them out of the houses, OGre suggests. Slag just can't resist an ambush. We'll have better luck in an open field. You send your shield bangers forward to get their attention. Before long, the judge have gathered ready to fight. Start comparing weaknesses and strengths, taking into account terrain, morale, and the look of your enemy. If you're careful, you should be able to keep your forces balanced. Start rallying your forces and gather allies to you, preparing to enter the fray. I hate when an app tries charging you randomly for some plus version you didn't agree to. Yeah, dude, it's just such a scam, and it makes you feel like, ugh. I know exactly what you're talking about. Glad you had your empty cash app on it and not your bank. Yeah. Okay. Oh crap, I accidentally got her killed. Oh well. Thought about it too late. Bye. Squish. Double kill. Take a moment to serve the battle for the enemy is being pushed back all the way down the line. Pull back. Lost 5 fighters, 12 Arl. It just expired 2 hours ago, lame. Yeah, I don't control that, Val. I don't know Like, it just happens when the time runs out. So, bodies blank the areas, though the snow itself had turned black and red. You walk between clusters of survivors, taking account of your warriors. Eventually, you cross paths with OGre. This was a tough one, he says. Hope we don't face worse the further we go, but this could be a hint of things to come. Let's check the village. Wounded are gathered, and you head towards what is left of the village ahead. You wander through the small village, where there had been a cacophony of battle before. Now an eerie silence hangs over the place. Bodies of dredged and villagers make a macabre path to houses that had been ripped apart by as if by a tornado. Yrsa stops in her tracks. You hear that? She all but whispers. It sounds like crying. Soon you discover a trapdoor partially hidden by carpet. A woman's scream dies in her throat at the sight of Varl instead of Dredge. Men and women both are huddled together. A baby cries on her mother's shoulder. They're clearly awed to see so many warriors. What do we do now? They ask. They give you worrying looks, but eventually begin gathering their things. Think they'll make it? Asked Mauger. Doubt in his voice. You don't know, but trying has got to be better than starving to death in a pit. Eric watches. I must feel guilty about this, he says. I know Strand, even if they make it in one piece, the locals will tear them apart. Not literally, of course, but... well, maybe literally. I might join them. Go if you wish. And I will, he says. He throws on his pack and soon catches up to the refugees. Sad because he's one of my stronger units, but we gotta check the market before I... yeah. Bought some supplies. Pick up the razor. And we'll look at the heroes again. One second, I guess I need to rest one more. Yeah, only one person. Oh, he's only level 4 and that's why. Never mind. Promote him. Oh, don't have renown. Yeah, that's fine for now. He'd only go up 1 strength and then start working on his armor anyway. Merci beaucoup. What do we give him? All right. We need more renown. More battles. Morale declined. You hear a shout echo in the wind. A standard Varro greeting. A caravan of Varro heading your direction, probably a few hundred in total. You meet them halfway. You must be with Vonir. Vonir didn't make it. You're serious? Getting grim out here, but didn't expect that. You're flying the Schlid banner. What's happening? Isn't Ulfar in charge there? I'm Fasselt. Ulfar's still in Schlid in case he needs to be. He sent me to meet Vonir. Well, you. We see nothing happening in Schlid yet. What do you mean? No dredge. They never came through Schlid. They're all pouring out of Ridgehorn. We only just found out about it. One group went that way. We came here. Ridgehorn? The fort on the bay? That place has been abandoned for hundreds of years. Yeah, maybe that's why they're there. By all accounts, it looks like another damned invasion. Luden forces his way into the conversation. Wait a godless minute. What did you do? Careful now. You be careful. What did you start? You think men don't remember history? The long banner hangs in Arborang. Second Great War nearly screwed us all. What did you do this time? Who the Fane is this? Take him and go to Grovheim. We'll meet you. Are you insane? You just set an army of dredger pouring out of that fort. Go on to Grovheim then, Prince. Having your blood on my hands would be worse than doing nothing. This shuts up Luden for a moment. You can see the battle raging in his head. He looks desperate for safety, but he didn't expect to flee like a coward. He expected you to come along. He glanced at his men. We're already this far. If this Varl's doing, I'll know. If this is the Varl's doing, I'll know of it. So will my father. Besides, you need my help and my fighters. If I go, so do Ursa and Bersi. Luden's unexpected flip-flop catches you, like a swift kick to the shins. Ogre can't contain a chuckle. Ha! The prince has courage! Do whatever you like, Luden. Paint me the villain, Hakon. What do I care? I'm sick of you being the only one to do as he pleases in this alliance. Zavara lands. We're facing an army of dredge. How much experience do you have in these matters? True, mankind has never provoked them into a war. You're going for a third. Is taunting the dredge into genocide a game for your kind? I mean, taunting something. Why are they even attacking? You don't know this. Curse and threaten pandemonium. The prince has chosen to be no responsibility of yours. If Luden stays, so do Fassolt's warriors. They join the caravan. Hey, we got a lot more people, and that should technically eat up supplies. I feel like the prince is just trying too hard. The hike approaching the Godstone is murder. You recall how most Godstones were built on hills overlooking other Godstones so that travelers could follow them and find their way between cities. It does nothing to ease your pains. Dredge! Shouts Mogre near the front of the caravan. Suddenly black rocks are whizzing past your head. What the hell is this, you shout? Mogre shakes his head. A stone slams into the shield of a nearby Varl, exploding in a flash of light and razor-sharp fragments. Get behind the shield bangers, shouts Mogre as you approach for a fight. Dredge line the battlefield. I'm glad we picked up those extra troops then. Charge! Rush into battle. You gather your allies and tell them to get ready to lead the attack. He must be a shield boy, but Gris is a little better. Big boy needs to be knocked down. That's gonna be rough. Or we can work on the small ones first, I guess. A slinger. Okay. They really do just want to kill her. I accidentally blocked him. That was failure of strategy on my part. What is this up here? I don't know what this does. I should have paid more attention in life. No, no. Damn it. Keep forgetting that. Ugh. A lot of big fat guys in the fight here. Wasn't in a very good tactical position for that. Taking the gamble and losing hurts more. What in the depths are these? You wonder, looking at the unusual dredge slingers. Nobody knows without warning. A deranged and half-dead slag stumbles out of brush, throwing itself upon the ox attached to the treasure cart. Surprised Vara pull weapons, but not before the whole cart slides off slick rock and sheer drop sudden drops, stopped suddenly by a low growl. The enormous metal wagon dangles precariously off a cliff. From the end swings a confused ox, still tied to his reins. On top, the dredge hangs on tight, keeping the whole thing from plummeting over the side is Gunnulf, one hand white knuckling the cart and the other wrapped around a tree trunk. You grab the cart and pull. You barely make any ground when the tree he's holding onto tears from the ground, dragging you with terrifying force toward the edge. Shot for others help pull it back up. Too late, the others lunge toward the cart, just as it topples over the side. At the last moment you let go, but Gunolf does not. No! Cries the old varl. The car plummets and flips over, rocks along the way, tossing its contents across the snow in a shower of golden gore. The ox and the dredge are torn to shreds. Gunolf lies motionless, his limbs splayed at unnatural angles. Following the shock of Gunolf's death, you find yourself wondering why the dredge went after the ox in the first place. Then you realize the bigger problem is the vast fortune outlaying at the bottom of the cliff. Your call, Lubin. What choice do we have? He mutters. Gunolf is dead. Anyone can see that. Even if we could gather up the gold, we've got nothing to haul it. He sounds defeated, but resolute and moving on. You begrudgingly set off, leaving the grisly scene behind you. My party's not doing so well anymore. With Gunolf dead, what do we got supplies-wise? News hurt. Might have to rest people who are injured at the moment. Hey, Fassel, you've been promoted to active from, you know, not. Well, that sucked because he's also one of my highest level ones at the time. Well, all right. I should have focused on keeping him alive. All right, leave. Caravan stops, Godstone looming overhead for a short rest. The warriors are glad for it, and the stone gives you an ancient sense of being watched over in a comforting way. Didn't help the bodies underneath it, though. The earth at the base of the Godstone is scarred, like a struggle occurred. Merchants, no dredge, encircling dangler a variety of goods, a barrel of meat, who knows how old, loose silver, a statue made of soapstone, offerings to a dead god. Leave the offerings to check for the merchant's brother. In the midst of the pile of bodies, a glitter catches your eye. You fish a gold necklace out from a jerkin to find 5 golden rings strung on it. The merchant's brother. Guess he didn't make it, you mutter. Take the necklace with the intent to return it. Toss the necklace to OGre and tell him to hang on to it. If anyone can be trusted, it's him. Don't know what made them think the Godstone would be safe, OGre grunts. We're completely exposed up here, he says. We're gonna rest. I think we ought to do it a little further away. Dangler was always one of the favorites amongst men, god of good fortune. They believed he brought good luck, wealth, or whatever else you wish you had, but couldn't get on your own. The word fortune has a lot of meanings. Eventually you move on. Oof. Sure. We can watch Robocop 2 after. It's not a long movie. But I can't say too much after that. In the distance you see smoke rising from trees. Dredge aren't known for setting fires, says OGre. But it does get their attention. We'd use fires like that to lead them along in the Grey Wars. Yeah, but they wish they wised up to that after a while, interjects another warrior. Or it could be someone trying to get our attention, claims Hasselt. The other group from Schlid were sent this way. No matter how you look at it, investigating will cost time. Check it out yourself. Sounds of fighting ahead compel you to crash through the foliage, sidestepping Varl and Dredge bodies along the way. You burst onto a scene of carnage. A vast number of Varls surrounded by Dredge. Explanations can wait. You charge into the fight. Alright, we're as ready as we'll get for the fight. Or not? Loading. I'm Ron Burgundy. Close. Apparently, it did not like whatever I just tried to do. We will attempt. I don't know how it goes. Resume. Strange. All right. See if it crashes again. Nope, worked this time. Okay. The little guys are beaten up now. No need to worry. Big guy's the problem. Hey Shrimp, welcome in. It's going all right. I'm learning the game. We've made some decisions. We've had some characters die. You know, it happens. Things like this occur on and off the battlefield all the time. I'm enjoying it. It's basically a story game where you make decisions and the story progresses based on what you did or didn't do. So yeah, sacrifices had to be made. I tried to save the gold and sacrificed one of my guys while trying to save it. It happens, okay? Everybody has these things occur in their lives. As the fighting wraps up, one of the Varl puts his axe away and puffs on a pipe. Nakon, he greets you. Glad you saw our signal. He explains that they had come from Schlid and were surrounded. He spotted you in the distance and lit a fire to draw your attention at the risk of drawing the dredge as well. Back at the caravan, their sizable detachment joins your ranks. Hey. Save some more troops. OGre comes to you privately. I've seen some of the warriors disappearing, he says. At first, I thought it was my imagination. Now I'm certain several have just gone missing. Mostly men, but some Varl too. Can't quite figure it. If it's abandonment, you can't let it stand. Have OGre watch and follow anyone else. He agrees but worries about leaving the caravan unattended. You're sure it'll be fine. By the next day, you haven't learned anything more and you have to push on. Warriors demand a break. You hold the caravan with a sigh, but in all honesty, you're starting to feel the altitude and weariness yourself. OGre leans on a fallen tree, fiddling with the crust of bread. Getting colder, he says, staring into the distance. You can see Ridgehorn just start to peek around the mountains. Flock of ravens float across the clear sky toward the fort. Did you follow those birds? Why? Without another word, OGre starts running toward the birds and tumbles over the cliff. Suddenly, he's gliding through the air, flapping his arms for all they're worth. He swoops toward Ridgehorn before bursting into flames and plummeting into the tower, which crumbles like a log from a smoldering campfire. What happened? Wait, what just happened here? What? You think you've lost your mind, then you wake up. You don't remember setting up camp or falling asleep in front of crackling logs. What's going on, you mutter. OGre approaches you at the campfire. Hakon, did you see? He starts. Yeah, you both agree to keep it to yourselves? What did we just see? What were we bearing witness to? Strange things we see here today. We could promote Luden. Don't really want to. Puppy, welcome in. How are you doing? That was a weird turn they just did in the game. Like, it was interesting. We have 1,000 Varl and 170 humans. Sure you've seen them, OGre says, but we're being followed. Judge have been on our asses since we left the Godstone. Lots of them. I'm sure there's plenty in front of us too, but we're just half a day out from the thick woods. We might lose them there. Nah, stop and get everyone ready for a fight. Okay, says Mulgret. I'll ready the warriors. Careful. Alcon, this isn't the time to start taking risks. Yeah, we're equal numbers. Charge! Nothing overly problematic to deal with. It's facile. This is... Yeah, they're ready enough. Gotta work down their shields a bit, the bigger guys. Oof. Okay. Oh. Oof. This guy's way too slow. Losing. We already know that it's not worth the risk all the time to go chasing after the extra fight, especially if you're out of position. You don't have the health and the armor to do it. Inside the woods, you get the distinct sense that dredge have more or less surrounded you, and in great numbers. Their dark shapes create unsettling patterns. They slide between the trees in every direction. At least it's not as bad as it could have been if you hadn't taken out a good portion of them already. You think to yourself. You call OGre around. Any ideas? Yeah, pray to whatever god you like. There's more of them waiting on the other side of the woods than we've seen so far. We may be seriously outnumbered, especially if we wait. Ursa appears unexpectedly. What if, she says, patting her arrows knowingly, you could set part of the woods on fire to draw their attention while you escape, or try to draw them into a trap? Was this your idea, you ask? She shrugs innocently. Draw them into the woods and set them on fire, but doesn't that mean we're in the fire too? You rescue Ursa about an hour's trek to the far edge of the trees, where she sets up a few soaked rags in key locations. With a volley of flaming arrows, the rags catch in dramatic fashion, setting the area up in flames despite the thickening snow. You hightail back to the caravan where Margaret is already reporting that Judge are heading toward the fires. Ursa cackles with delight, all but reinforcing the nickname the Varl have given her as the Witch. After a long half hour, their numbers have thinned. We better get out of here before that really spreads, suggests Mog. You break through the trees and plow into the Judge who remain behind, hoping to cut through them before the others notice. Oof. Ooh, he loses 3 strength. I could put Bercy in there, but having his strength is actually kind of useful. 1 sec. He only needs 1 more kill to promote. Alright, let's take a look at this. Who to promote? Promote Gris. Upside him into the attack. Promote him. He needs more attack to be effective in some of these fights. She's more useful to promote. Give her more of the ability. All right. Get in like this. This. How do they determine these fights? Because this one is a much easier fight than any of the others we've had. Oof. Prince Luden's about to get his shit pushed in. I need to raise her armor or do something. She just gets drilled too much. Gained item obsidian ring. One casualty in the second part of the fight. One second, let's see what that ring does. Plus, I gotta look at the heroes real quick. I just realized. I gotta see who can promote. He's one away from his next promotion. Be an expensive one. He's pretty solid where he is. Yeah, let's promote Hakon. Give him his full strength there, and then we'll put another armor on him. So you should have 20 strength going into the next fight. Fast sword. We'll promote him, I guess. Fine. Looks like we've gotten to where we're headed. The map stopped moving at least. It's a lot of units to be walking across this thing. I don't know if I know that the Rockface should be trustworthy, but I would have my doubts. I'd be like, look, that's where we're walking all of these bodies across. Are you sure about that? These aren't humans, these are giants in there. I guess that means technically, yeah, you can see the size of the humans versus the giants in the mine. I do like that detail. This should speed up a little. I don't want to hit something though and accidentally skip. What are the dredge? Are they actual beings? Are they the revived corpses? Are they another like mix of races entirely, because we have the Varl, which are giants, and then we have the humans, which, you know. What is this mess about? Looks like a full-scale battle happened in recently. But only dredged bodies remain. Maybe we'll see something from the tower. Have Varl search the buildings to make sure there's no dredge waiting to spring on us. On it. Don't set up camp or make a fire. We'll take a look and then get out of here before anything else goes wrong. You mean more wrong? This is just looking at that. Yeah, we're good. It's a fight. I don't know how he keeps gaining rank. He hasn't done anything. Huh. That one's rough. These other ones aren't really that bad. Oh yeah, okay. Hail causes knockback and target bleeds when moving. Swing him out wide. Oof. They were hard pressed to just knock her the fuck out. I was gonna say, if I walk him forward, he's getting clobbered. Just my normal midnight. So another hour and a half. The question is, puppy, how long are you staying up? Well, I didn't know this was a tactics game. It's actually more of a story game. And I do complain about some things, but I explained my complaint for Tactics Ogre. You've been grinding Palia since 5? Good lord. As I said, my problem with Tactics Ogre wasn't the tactics portion, it was the 13 fights in a row you have to do for the final bit. Plus, I don't like when a tactics game becomes really complacent or like every battle is the same thing. It's like, well, what's the tactic? It's like, I don't like it ever, but there's a lot of tactics games where it's like they always put you at a severe disadvantage, like, and they're like, you've got to figure your way out. I'm like, yeah, and it's gonna use the same strategy I used the last 10 times. Damn, dude, chopping trees, wooing Tish. What? Oh, wooing Tish. Okay. Like, as in hitting on. Got you. Nobody uses wooing anymore. And grandpa. Yes, I'm the one that called you an old man. Deal with it. You lean on a crumpled wall, watching endless waves of dredge marching below. Satisfied, Hakon? Ogre asks. The vast number of dredge remind you of the Grey Wars. I've seen enough, you reply. Let's get out of here. Mogre stands over the bodies of the man and woman. I think the side came up here for those two? Asked Mogre, waving his bloodied weapon in their direction. Search them. Mogre leans down, patting the man's tunic. He stops, frowns, presses his ear against the man's chest. This one's breathing, he says, pulling the man upright. She wasn't so lucky, he says, looking over the woman. The clang of metal reaches you from the courtyard below. Muffled by the thick snow, you curse. Quick, back down. Bring the live one. Skip the stairs as you descend, shouting orders to the barrel below. Oh wait, Mew! Crows timed out Mew. Crows remove the timeout on Mew. It's 2025, so we don't judge no more. I'm just a girl. oh. Yeah, it's 2025. What's this? I'm just a girl crap. Mew didn't even see it. Well, now he does. Uh-huh. Now that you've untimed him out. Fuck me. Well, I mean, you kind of brought it on. Nah, can't promote him. Probably should have waited, double injuring her. Oh, she's only injured for 1 day. That's fine. I thought it was a 3-day injury. Never mind. No thanks. Oh, I'm sad from that. You should return to Palia. You should. It's a nice cozy game that takes too bloody long to cut trees, though. Everything is better with 2. Okay. So it's good to hit that if there's a cluster. Why is he up in front? I should have him later in the turn order. Is that an invitation to replace Goat? You saw yesterday that you wanted to time me out. It was about time. I mean, crows are slows for a reason, okay, man? Are slow shenanigans. Yeah, I did, but you were in Fortnite or something. Right back, you need coffee. Yeah. That's a win in my book. You won't be able to play with Goat. Well, fight the full time. I don't. Oh, he summoned another one. I mean, take a moment to survey the battlefield. Doing is being pushed back all the way down the line. Oh, we'll take this opportunity to recover before I get anybody else knocked out. One injury. What's going on? I had one eye on the fight. Next time I look down, dredgers swarming into the courtyard. Can't tell how many more are waiting out there, but it's a lot. If we're getting back across the bridge, it'll be a fight. Any options? Not really, unless you want to wade into the valley. We're gonna have to leave the same way we came in. Hakon, I think you should take a look at this. Nearby, the man had been bundled and laid near a short wall protected from the wind. I think this man is a mender. There raises more questions than it answers. That's right. I knew his look was familiar. Spellweavers in Ridgehorn? Why? Maybe they know something about what's happening. If he's going to tell us anything, we need to get out of here alive. Hold on, we got a lot of tired and wounded, Hakon. This is gonna be rough. You say away means more dredge or another ambush where we get snowed in. Heavy snow may act in our favor if we can get past the first line of dredge and lose the rest. I agree for once. I don't have any intention of staying here. Look, it's your call, Hakon, but we can't cut and run on this one. There's one way out. If Varl fall, if anyone falls fighting here, they'll be left behind. The worth of my opinion isn't. You'd already decided what you were going to do. Any opportunity to insult me. I'm leaving. Freeze to death in this tomb if you like. Go then. Wooden barely keeps himself in check. If it were any colder, you'd be able to see the steam rising from his head as he stomps toward his fighters. I think he's really gonna try it. Do we let him? Ugh. Should we see how he does? Nah, I should probably go prevent him from dying. We're leaving too. Just want to show him in charge. I'll get the Varl on their feet. Just don't let that idiot leave before we're ready. Temper your pride, Alcon. It won't be worth a damn in the grave. Ugh. Server, send the shield bearers forward and fight defensively. Send a diversion to draw their attention and then escape. Bait the judge into attack and wear them down. Hate to admit it, says Mog, but this might be the safest option. I just wouldn't expect to see them again. He gets a strange expression on his face. I'll lead, he says. I can make sure you and the others escape. Line of shield barriers, we might be able to force their way over the narrow pass and put us in a much better position. Could be a safe option, but it depends on exactly how many are out there. Yeah, let's do that one. The shield bangers gather at the front of the group and push forward through bashing maces and exploding shrapnel. With few casualties, the caravan has crossed the land bridge. Now it just remains to fight your way out. And so Mulger predicted they surround you from every direction and you start cracking heads as soon as the shields give way to crush the enemies. To the crush of enemies pushing past. Oh, we don't have enough round for anybody else. And so Second. Oh, it's that guy. Never mind. It was a different person than I thought it was. Chris is probably dead. I think they said that anybody who fell wouldn't be picked up. The first wave of dredge out of the picture, you stop and take stock of the battlefield. Your warriors are doing well as you could hope. Fortunately, there were enough of them to pull it off. The dredge are furious, but falling quickly. You think you could safely outdistance them at this point. You're almost free of this nightmare. What to do? Leave? Take stock of the survivors. It hurts to think of how many you lost to get this far with nothing but an unconscious mender to show for it. You hope it was worth it. I mean, you need information. And, to be truthful, we're getting our butts kicked. Like, this whole expedition is basically us marching into larger numbers, slowly whittling down ours. Which, from a tactical perspective, that's not a good thing. You can't maintain that type of campaign. Wow, we just jumped forward in time. All the way to where we're near home. Or Grafheim. I'll go and join me a moment. There's something I thought you'd want to see. Is it a welcoming party from Grafheim? Bearing mead? That's the only thing I want to see. No such luck. The mender from Ridgehorn woke up. He says his name is Eyvind. Sounds like a mender name. How is he? Not well. Where are we? A day or two from Grafheim. We found you at the Tower of Ridgehorn. What were you doing there? Grafheim? No, that's the wrong way. Juno. Where is she? Where's the woman who was with me? She didn't make it, my friend. We only brought the living with us. No, we have to go back. I don't think so. We barely made it out 2 weeks ago. You know why the dredge are crawling all over Ridgehorn? Dredge. We have to go back. The damn graveyard boy. I'm sorry. The girl was dead when we got there. What we have to do is tell Jorund what's happening and prepare for a bloody war. So if she's dead. I couldn't save her. Couldn't save her. Ivan suddenly looks spent. He slips to the ground and you motion for some Varl to help him onto the cart. Not what I had hoped to hear. Not sure what I was hoping. Come on, Ubin. Sooner we get to Grofheim, the better.
Dread grips me as we approach Grofheim. None of us expected to see a city unscathed. But what we find steals the very breath from my lungs.
Wow. That's not a good thing to see. Grofheim is burning down. I guess we're back to the human side of the story now. Skullgird of Frostveller. So this is more like a story game with tactics fights in it. Did I tell you, Rook? Man has a crazy look about him. He stands axe pointing in your direction on the other side of a dozen men. Echo, you son of a bitch. Remember what I said. Think carefully about what you want. This is what you get. Echo walks away, leaving you to deal with his thugs. Well. See. Extra strength is more useful to him. It's funny, the more once you start understanding the game more, you're like, oh, okay, do this, do that. 15% dodge. I don't know what the dodge strength does. And we'll do this anyway. Do some willpower per rest. Hogan and Mogan. And Mogan out. I'll leave Hogan in, never mind. I'm actually fine with this. I'm just trying to...
The peasants are revolting.
They've always been revolting, Prince. But now, they're rebelling.
What the hell attack was that? Whole list of new abilities people have out here. Choose to attack straight. Each randomly attack strength or armor. Okay. Just that. That's what the guy did. Kill an enemy with an eagle eye, okay. Only a couple injured in this fight. Okay. Ivor is ready for promotion. Eggle can be promoted. Brooke, he didn't come out so clean. Hate to admit it, Rook, but you're right. We can't stay here. We're not murdered in our sleep. It's only a matter of time before the dredge find their way in. There's nobody defending these walls. You spot a lad looking at one of the thugs. She cocks her head to the side. Dad? I think he's still alive. Ivor lifts him to his feet by his hand. He yearns from the pain. Why did Echo try to kill us? He's a damned lunatic. Figure that yet? Why would Frostfeller's chieftain put a madman in charge of his guards? That's what he told you? He never put Echo in charge. As soon as those gates were shut, Echo walked into the great hall and sliced open the chieftain like a narwhal. Saw it myself. Echo wasn't a captain. Look at him. He was playing us. Can't say I'm too surprised. This whole place is a death trap. Where can we go? By now, the dredge have already flooded the south, I'm sure. Wormtoe's the only thing that makes sense across the wastes. I think I know someone there who can help us. And the dredge probably won't follow us out over into the waste. They didn't in the Great Wars. Because it's a death sentence. Food's already running low. I know where Echo keeps his supplies. I'll tell you. If you take me with you. What's the catch? No catch. I want out of here as much as you do. Just never had anywhere to go. I'm not the only one. Get the supplies and there are plenty of fighters who are desperate to get out of here. That might solve a few problems. It's worth the risk. If nothing else, Echo's going to feel it when his food suddenly vanishes. What's your name? Onuf. Why do you... Just wanted to know whose face I'm gonna break if things go wrong. Fair. Take a look at our broken heroes. Okay. Promote. 15 to promote him 1 rank. But I can promote him. He needs more damage ability. Slash health. Go from having my other party, which had a lot of stronger guys, to this party, which has a lot of weaker folk. If leads you to an inconspicuous building. This is them. He says to the handful of guards inside who lower their weapons in a concealed basement. You find an enormous store of food and sundries. Grab what you can, he mutters. Hauling the entire store of supplies out of the basement takes more time than you expected. Each moment you imagine Echo's men rounding the corner. He yells it in the distance, marked that fear became a reality. You get the others out and emerge from the building in time to meet them in battle. Yeah, but we got a lot of supplies. It's fine. We needed to fight some anyway. Yeah, you set this one out, injured Rook. Mogan and Hogan. Heck, ran out of coffee, so had to go buy some. Been there, done that. Yeah, I'm down to play, just super chill though. I still haven't played Palio, so I don't even really know anything about the game. Gotta reinstall it though, but I'm sure we get the time zone to align. Sure, yeah, just DM me. Let got injured, so Rook and his daughter are both injured in a fight yet again. At some point, I'll stop injuring them. If you're in my Discord, Crows is in that one. If you're not, you can just use Discord and that'll show you mine. And if not, then, well, I'm sure he'll figure some way to give it information. Before long, the last of the stores is cleaned out. As you're turning to leave, the valuable-looking necklace with the deep green stone catches your eye. You decide to keep it for yourself. Onif leads you and his trusted fighters out of the city before more men show up. Bodies in dredged fields in front of Frostweather. You consider the best way to leave. Additional break. %10 crit chance, but you gain more aggro. Also, let's look at our heroes. Who we got right now? We got Cripple and another Cripple. Got Ivor. Alright, we'll promote Ivor again. Oh, wait. I missed one thing. I didn't see what the other, our new item was. Greenstone, +2 strength resist, +2 aggro. As much as I want to give this to Ivor, I don't think it's as useful for him compared to the strength boost. Giving him 17 strength is pretty good. Let them deal with all that as we go. Oh, we got plenty of supplies. Leave! Outside the walls, things are a mess. Dredge are everywhere. Fortunately, they're going around the hill on which Frostfeller sits, heading south, and show little interest in following as you cross into the wastes. You're finally free of Frostfeller, but find yourself facing new problems. You hope that whoever Ivor knows at Wormtoe is willing to help. Otherwise, this is going to be a really unpleasant trip. It's all good. You got till December 1st. Then you go back to working. Group of men with broad shoulders and thick cloaks approach the caravan. They might be outlaws here and nearby, and the idea quickly ripples through the clansmen. One of the strangers approaches, saying, "We've run out of food. Any help would be welcome." His hard eyes reveal nothing of his motivations. Fight with us and earn your food. The men look surprised by your offer. In short order, they join the caravan and start sharing tales and drinks. Unfortunately, it's less than a day later they discover they vanished along with a sizable portion of your supplies. Ugh. Should've just killed them. Oh well. That's what I get. Caravan's buzzing with worry. In the distance, someone spotted a large number of dark figures following you. The Dredge, cries one woman. But something about it tells you they don't quite look like Dredge. Has to be damn, chokes Onuf, standing on one of the carts. Worse than Dredge, that's Echo. The news spreads throughout the clansmen like wildfire. Echo, why would he start so oddly, unless he's after you, Onuf? He's insane, interjects Onuf. And unpredictable. That's a good number of fighters with him. Your mind races considering what to do. You to charge, keeping him away from the caravan. You gather Onuf and your allies and fighters and head out into the waste, weapons drawn, where the caravan won't be involved. Rook, my good friend, he says as you approach, throwing his axe on the ground. You come to parley, not fight. Why would I believe a word you say? Rook, we're good friends. What happened? You tried to kill us. Just go back to Frostfeller and leave us alone. Ah, Rook, it's your pretty girl. I'm glad nothing happened to her. With the Dredge, I mean. My friends, how could I forget everything you've done for me? Broke into my city, took my warriors, took my food, then killed some people so you could take more food. That was a nice touch. Took one of my best men. How are you, Onuf? Do they treat you well? Shove it up your ass, Echo. You came out here to kill me. Let's get it over with. Nothing like that. You must think you know me, or people like me. What did Onuf tell you? I'm crazy. I haven't survived because I'm crazy. I did what had to be done to make it into Frostfeller. The only mistake I made was you. What kind of man are you, Rook? You look like an average man to me, a man worried about his daughter, maybe. Just making his way. But then look behind you. How many people is that? They follow you, fight for you. Why? kind of man are you? I'm doing my best. I'm nobody special. Oh, but you are special. You think everyone was born to lead? Make hard decisions? Who do these people think you are? You saved them. You're a hero. Maybe that's more important than who you really are. What's your point, Echo? I'm your prisoner, Rook. Bind my hands. Crossrailers is done. I can't survive there. Thanks to you, my good friends. You may not have cut my throat, but you sentenced us to death. I don't believe that's who you are. Is this some kind of apology? You can't trust me, I know that. Take me and my men as prisoners if that's what it takes. Echo looks down at the ground and the words come slowly to him. I'm not above begging. Ask him of his opinion. I'd be a hypocrite if I told you to leave them. I don't know, Rook. You don't know me. How could you trust my word any more than his? I'm behind whatever decision you make. Let's try to be the good guy here. Let Echo join you on strict terms. We need fighters. You fight the Dredge just like the rest of us. You fight for everyone now, not just for yourselves. And if you even look the wrong way at a single man, woman, or child in this caravan, there will be no hesitation about killing you on the spot. You do us a greater honor than I'd hoped, Rook. These people are right to follow you. You'll have no trouble from us. I may be reckless, but I pay my debts. Caravan eyes them suspiciously, but they try to fit in, following your orders. You expect to hear complaints about this. Things are definitely becoming complicated. Yeah, it'll be a little bit of a interesting event, but we needed the extra troops. We didn't have many. All right, let's take a gander. Take it easy for a while. People are noticing. Oh, they've noticed, have they? We're on the edge of dying daily, and you want me to take it easy? Gods, I should be playing twice as many fields, you understand? Don't get us thrown out of this caravan, Mogan. It's not just you who suffers. Right, so you get married, have kids, now I'm supposed to settle down too, yeah? What happened to the two brothers clam up as you approach? That's right, I've got a kid to take care of. Cool your head, Mogan. Mogan departs, leaving Mogan looking awkward. Quick, what brings you around? Just heard yelling, came to check it out. You come running every time you hear yelling. Must be why you look so tired. Look, it's not secret. I like women, Rook. They like me. They like the scar. Forget it. Listen to all this death. Every night half the caravan cries itself to sleep. Pathetic. Come on, Rook, be honest. This is good living. Half the world is just tilling soil till they kill over. What kind of life is that? We're lucky. You could go your whole life with no goals, no purpose, nothing to fight against but boredom and hunger. I'm glad for all of this. I get what you're saying. Look at it this way. We're fighting to the death almost every day, yeah? You can curl up in a little ball of fear. You can go hide in the woods eating nuts and appreciating leaves or some nonsense. Or you can enjoy the struggle. Know which one I pick? Anyway, just so you know, I'd never go for a let. Promise you that. Or Oddleaf. All yours. Appreciated, Mogan. You depart unsure whether your opinion of Mogan has changed for the better or worse. Yeah, I don't know how it changed either. He's like, I'm not gonna go after your daughter or the other guy's wife who you probably should hit. That's all you, pal. Yeah. Can't say I have a clear understanding of which way to pick on that one.
He's coming. It's because I threw halfway my sandwich.
He's just a pickle.
He's a monster.
They arrived somewhere with people. Another godstone, I think. You find a surprising number of people camped out at the Godstone. They've been here quite a while, ever since the sun stopped. Apparently they think Radomir, the sun god, has come back and they're worshipping him despite the bleak environment. They welcome the caravan, mingling and swapping stories with the others while you rest. They have almost nothing of value to trade, but their leader approaches and offers to let you join in their tribute. Decline and inspect the Godstone before leaving. Ask what the tribute involves. Gullenfury, one says, showing you a golden liquid in a silver bowl. He places some on his chest, which almost sounds like it's sizzling, and explains through clenched teeth. It's a gift from the sun god, an oil that burns like the sun and lets them see things clearly. Now we're gonna decline and move on. Nobody can really agree on what Radomir looked like. As fond as he was of his own isolation, he never directly contacted you, man. Most think he was a serpent that lived in the sun. It's not uncommon to hear speak of seeing the tail of a great creature slipping through the thin clouds on a sunny day. Radomir was always one of the lucky gods, the kind you people thanked for the good weather, healthy livestock, and a good harvest. Despite all that, the biggest mystery was always been how his Godstone came to be found at the bottom of a dried out lake. After some rest, you continue on. The sun god worshippers are keen to stay, so you pack your things and return to the road. Yeah, I don't think we should go dealing with a cult in the middle of the wasteland when we have food and they don't. Probably not a good place for us to be, if you know what I'm saying. Several people have noticed black vultures circling above the caravan, taking advantage of the light snowfall. They pose no threat, but they have a visible impact on the mood of your clansmen. Next time you look back, Oddleaf is firing arrows into the air, which nearly tagged the birds once or twice. Get lost, no dead down here, she shouts to nobody in particular. I let her get out some of that aggression. After a couple more shots, she manages to tag one of the vultures, which falls out of the sky. She recovers it, laughing to herself, and comes to show you the black feathers. You know, says Oddleaf, scanning the caravan, a lot of these women, they could do this. You can tell from the look in her eyes she's excited about the idea. I think I'm going to start training them how to fight, she says. I encourage it. You can always use more fighters, you tell Oddleaf. But lead is any proof, you know how to train someone with a bow. Oddleaf gives you a smile. She heads off to some of the women in the caravan, showing them the vulture she shot down. I mean, technically. Yeah. Going out for lunch, be back later. Alright, Crows, I probably won't be on. I'm only on for a little while longer here. Need to call it a relatively decent hour today. Well-tended farm with plenty of livestock draws the caravan's attention. How do you have in the wasteland, how do you have a farm? Anyway, on your arrival, the farmer and his workers stand defensively within plain sight, crude weapons at the ready. Their crossed arms make their thoughts clear without a word. No big surprise, you'd be more interested in the animals than me and mine, he says and spits. The answer is no, and I'll have these men watching you, so none of my livestock just happen to follow you away. I mean, I don't need them. What's his is his, you say to the caravan. No sense fighting those trying to protect themselves. Grumbling bounces around through the clansmen, but the caravan is once again moving. I mean, if they got a farm in the middle of the wasteland, I should just let them continue to farm, you know? I don't really understand why I would be like, come with us, it's not safe here. It's like, we're the only threat they've seen. "22 days of supplies. How much longer? I got 30 more minutes, basically. Trail of blood leads to a clearing where you find a large, wounded Varl. He is gnawing on his shield, swearing at no one in particular, and occasionally slamming his cudgel on the ground. If not for the heavy bleeding, you'd leave this one alone without a second thought. You can help if you want it. In a heartbeat, the Varl is on his feet, swinging his massive weapon. You jump clear as the cudgel smashes through the trunk of a tree. Your party scatters to avoid the falling timber. Once you recover, the Varl is long gone, leaving only another trail of blood, which you decide against following this time. I mean, we had to offer to help the dying giant, because if we could have picked him up, that would have been useful. But I didn't want to send healers in case he just took a swing at him.
Build a town. Fittingly, the Varl living here aren't known for welcoming visitors with open arms.
The Varl find you before you see them. Not surprising with this many people behind you. With weapons drawn, they demand to know why you're here, but back down when Ivor tells them he's come to see someone named Krumer. Well, I'll be damned. Krumer, it's been a long time. Yeah, it has. What brings Ingvar to Wormtoe to his very own village, or Ingvar to Wormtoe with his very own village of humans? Bad news, dredger coming down from the north. We barely made it this far. It is dire news. Come on, we have food. We'll discuss more in the meat house. As you follow the old Varl into their meager town, you catch him quietly saying, "If it were anyone else." I've talked with the warriors here. I'll be honest with you. Half want to go north and find out what happened at Blitzbalker. Some think we should go to Grofheim instead. None of them are happy you're here. What do you think? If I had it my way, I'd stay here and let the dredge come. But you made this a problem, didn't you? You can't feed this many people for long, even if they don't eat much. This is a Varl town. Most of us take care of ourselves. You got women, children. We could pitch in, make this place livable. It doesn't work like that. These Varl are here to get away from civilization, not make one. Krumer's call. Won't be long before Dredger here too. No, it won't. If there's one thing we should do is tell Yorunder what's going on. Who's Yorunder? Varl King. Well, as close to one as we have. Ingrid, where do you find these people? Stay here and rest, but once yours are ready to go, we do. Once yours are ready to go, we do. I'm going to see off those who want to head north, but I'll join you to Grofheim. More travel? No, we've already come so far. Stop pouting, girlie. Even if Yorunder won't listen to a tired old Varl like me, I have a feeling that he'll pay attention to your friend Yngvar here. To listen to Ivor? He hasn't told you. Of course he hasn't. Do what you need to, but don't be long. Oh, that would be terrific to get if I had the resources for it. Meh. Krumer, can you spare a moment? Mostly no, but I'll try. I never had a moment to thank you for your hospitality. Consider it done then. You have some incredible stories. I might. Or I could be the most boring Varl you've ever met. Depends on how much you like killing dredge. Ask me again someday. Might tell you about the time we filled a dead yox with whale teeth. And why? How'd you get all these Varl to follow you? Respect, young one. After the Second Great War, wasn't much for me left to do, so I started training other Varl to fight. Got tired of that, made a place in Wormtoe. They still come calling, even with no wars to speak of. Seems like that might be changing though, don't it? Any wisdom on fighting dredge? Depends on how much you know. They're all armor. Tap them hard enough though, and it'll shatter. Line up a whole row of slag, and they'll explode on each other all the way down. You get in a big brawl, half your time is spent setting them up for it. And if you see one bang his axe like a tuning fork, try to kill him quick. Sometimes the slag he's calling won't even show up. Suppose you should. Take care, friend of Ingvar. I don't think he likes us very much, you know. Now we leave. Roughheim's quite a few days out, says Krumer. But nothing worse than crossing the wastes, I imagine. If there's anywhere you might be safe from dread, just there. You steel yourself for another long march, and half the town of Wormtoe joins you. A woman's stifled screams failed to overly concern anyone. It was only a matter of time before the expected mother gave birth. The caravan is simply excited by this first sign of new life since the trip began. Congratulate the new parents privately. You secretly make your way to the family's tent amidst cheerful clansmen. You give your most heartfelt congratulations to the parents, telling them how strong the young boy looks. The mother cries and the father thanks you repeatedly. We have no time for this waiting around for children being born stuff. We must away to Grofheim. Be like, wow, they're all dead. Someone's been stealing extra goods from the supplies. A concerned woman tells you. Counted these myself yesterday, no mistake. This keeps up, we'll be starving before long. Tell me if you see it again. The woman is visibly irritated by your lack of concern, but drops the issue. The caravan continues on unawares. Yeah, it's more of a matter of so many people panicking and like questioning each other. If we create, you know, chaos, it's just gonna be a bad thing. You haven't seen Alette for much of the day. When you do find her, she's returning to camp alone from a fair distance away, looking rather sullen. She keeps her eyes on the ground as you approach. I feel like things are changing so quickly, she eventually confides. It's not just that. Everything is going so wrong. I've been talking to Echo a lot. This gets your attention. What has he been telling you? He told me how he and Onuf are kin. Echo had a sister who married Onuf, but she died a long time ago. They've been bound since. But then Onuf left without him. Just left him behind without a word. That's why he came after us. Eventually you find Onuf back at camp and relate the story. Is that what Echo told you? Replies Onuf. Then he sighs. It's true about his sister. She died of a fever when we were just married. Surprised he opened up like that. So I left him in Frostfeller. He continues. He'd be fine one day, ready to kill his own men the next. Sometimes he would. I'd make the same decision tomorrow. The more you try to prevent her, I mean, yeah. Feel certain Alette got the message. Instead of stirring up more trouble, you decide to let the issue drop and tighter watch and Echo. Yeah, I mean, if you just make it, if you try to be like, don't do it, then she's gonna rush headlong into it. Godstone. I've come across quite a few Godstones in this game so far. For all the dead gods. The godsend of Merrick looms into view. Upon it carved a great ocean and beast. Jagged stones jut out of the snow like shark fins. It's hard to imagine the Nordfelling waste being filled with water at one time, but the godsend stands as a reminder of the vast lake it used to look across. A blessing, shouts one of the men in your caravan, holding up what looks like a silver coin. It's a fish scale, he says, pointing out the rainbow pattern that shows in the sunlight. Soon a curious child has found another hiding in the snow, and then a third is discovered. Perhaps they'll bring us luck, you over here, and before long the caravan has become obsessed with gathering the shining scales. Cut them off after a reasonable amount of time. When you awake to find people still searching through the snow and shrubs, you call it off. You can't spend another day here, you tell them. Be glad for the luck you found, and let's go before it runs out. They fret and moan, but eventually you get them back on the trail. Yeah, it was Godstone Merrick. Where's the map? We got a ways to go. Olive calls you over, grinning. A row of women holding bows of different age and experience line up before a row of trees in the distance. They fire, doing an impressive job of hitting the trunks. I think they're ready to fill some dredge with feathers. One woman still hasn't shot her arrow. She stands perfectly still. The others watch. Just as the wind shifts, she lets go, and her arrow flies not into one of the trees, but a snow rabbit that had scurried out from underneath. Dinner, she says, smiling. A group of men from the caravan approach. Listen here, says one. Practice all you want. My wife isn't fighting dredge. The other men agree in chorus. We don't want to see a battlefield full of dead wives and daughters. Stand by the women becoming fighters. The men argue their point, but eventually relent. Thanks, says Oddleaf. To be honest, it was harder than I expected, but the more people who can hold their own, the better. The women return to camp, not just as clansmen, but as fighters. Wait. We gained 25 fighters, but lost 35 clansmen. Did 10 people die in training? I'm like, man, wait a minute. Up ahead, the scout shouts some giant hall, but it's empty. You approach the structure, recognize none of the markings. The walls seem unsteady at best. Finally, sleeping beneath a roof, you overhear several families begin unpacking. Are any clues as to why it was abandoned? Whoever left here may have had a good reason, you tell the caravan, but after a few tiring hours of searching for clues, you have no answers. Frustration of the wasted time is apparent on the clansman's face. Go ahead, sleep in the old hall. Cheers erupt as people flood into the building. Avarro leans against the thing's gonna fall. As Avarro leans against the supporting pillar, he cracks and brings down a portion of the massive roof, crushing a number of clansmen beneath it. Sadly, the rubble is too deep to recover their bodies, and you leave the building behind with regret. Kinda did that on purpose. The way they described it, you knew it was gonna collapse. It's just, you still had to do it. Hear a whistle in the wind. Spot a long line of Varl far up ahead, heading toward you. Behind them is a swarm of dredge and a trail of bodies leading off into the distance. Get down there, barks Grimmer. Look at the map where we are now. Man, we've made like no progress. We're slow going on these roads. Don't let them spread out, shouts the lead Varl as you approach the battleground. Soon you almost regret finding yourself fighting alongside them, facing off against a daunting number of dredge. Start comparing weaknesses and strengths, taking into account terrain, morale, and the look of your enemy. you're careful, you should be able to keep your forces balanced. Start rallying your forces and gather your allies to prepare to enter the Fra. The Fra. Oh, that's Fassel. Wait a minute. He was with my other party. What happened to him? That's not a good sign. Yeah, the bigger issue is that, yeah, that guy right there. Like, the big armor, low damage aren't as big an issue. The big... Hmm. Hmm. Vic, thank you for shouting out Crows, who's AFK, so he can't do anything about it. It makes me chuckle a little inside every time. Going to bed today or do another all morning stream? It's going to bed today. I'm only on for another like 10-15 minutes. What do you call a dog that digs up old bones? A barchaeologist.
Emotional damage.
What type of tool does a prehistoric reptile carpenter use? A dino saw. Oy.
Don't listen to Ondor's lies. I'm Captain Bosch. I'm the Bosch von Ronsenberg.
We'll be ending here in a few minutes, basically after this fight, but I gotta get through the fight first. You take a moment to serve the battlefield. Yeah, we're not anymore. Yeah, we'll go ahead. We'll be watching Robocop 2 in Discord after them done stream. Oh wait, I didn't do the hydrate for TNT. TNT, I'm sorry, I forgot it. There you go. There's the hydrate. Whew. Isn't this a damn curiosity? The second time I've been sent to find a Varl who's heading my direction with humans in tow. What are Dredge doing up here? Guys, does nobody know what's going on around here? They leveled Grofheim to the ground. We've been losing ground for days. Jorunder's in Eintorf now. Eintorf. They sent me to gather Krumir and the rest from Wormtoe when we came across the bunch of slag. There's a lot more where they came from. Is this all the Varl you've got, Krum? What have you been doing? Eating each other? Then he went to Blutzbalker. They tell me Grofheim's completely gone? And Voldnir's dead. Slag on our heels. The Varl you sent off north are probably dead. The world's ending. Come on. This is old news. We're gathering in Enteroft. That's where we need to go right now. Wait. Vessel takes a long moment to look out at the caravan of men, women, and children behind you. Not them. What do you mean, not them? Unless you're a king or a mender, humans don't step foot in Einertoft. Now isn't the time for this discussion. Damn it, Fessel. Who cares about that? When the deaths happened at Grofheim. Before Fessel can reply, a low rumble grabs your attention, growing louder by the moment. Even though it's beyond sight, all eyes turn in Grofheim's direction as the rumbling becomes deafening, transforming quickly into crackling and splintering. It's coming closer. Go, shouts Fessel, taking off toward Eintracht. Don't stop until you reach Ardborg. No, that's a big ass dragon out there. I'm not really sure how or when you stop this game. I'm like, where's... It says load, so I'm assuming there's a load, the ability to load a game in here, but when does it save? Like here?
The peasants are revolting.
They've always been revolting, Prince. But
We're
now
gonna guess
they're rebelling.
This is a save point, and we're gonna call it here. I'm like, I think this is a save point. The 3 terrifying days of tremors, you reach the Godstone of Hardburg. Just teaming with Varl, who want to know what is happening. Others busily mend makeshift defenses set up around the Godstone of Hardburg, creating crater of the Varl. Hold up, pants Fessel between long gasps of air. We're going to have a talk. You're still standing. Well, most of you rest up, then move on. I'm just sank into the earth, and something is out there. You're just gonna send us away? I don't know who you are, but you're not going to Einertoft. There's a couple hundred Varl here who will back that up. Where are we supposed to go? Back the way we came? We're stuck between 2 mountain ranges. In one direction, a few thousand Varl, in the other direction, an army of dredge and whatever caused that quake. Einertoft is a Varl city. This shouldn't be news to a Varl. Give it a rest, Fessel. Do you recognize who you're talking to? Surprise suddenly flashed across Fessel's face. The other Varl are starting to come closer now. You hear Yngvar being whispered between them. I think this might be the one person you want to let in Einertoft. The humans come with me, all of them. Fessel glances between Ivor and Krumer before stalking away, pushing past the mob of curious onlookers. Ivor, who are you? Some other time, Rook. You know what? That's fair. Some other time. Spend the rest of the day recovering. Varl come and go in packs, and most of the chatters about the quake that just sank mountains into the earth, or the dredge that are still in their way. You hear rumors that a massive chasm opened up where the earth split. The little you know about Ardborg is that he was a disciple of the Loom Mother and learned to create under her guidance. He created a few beasts, but soon became bored with simple animals and began combining man and beast, ending up with the Varl. That's the myth anyway. One thing is certain, each Varl alive today was created by Ardborg. And now the god is dead. The Varl here now are the last ones that'll ever exist. Profound sadness washes over you. Rumor's already here. It's good to pay respects, he says, and you both stare in silence. Give this to Yngvar, he says, turning to leave. It was once his, and that stubborn ass refuses to take it back. Rumor hands you a massive studded belt. Suddenly there's a lot of activity. Word comes from below to retreat to the next village over, and you soon see why. A black shadow is sweeping down the valley from the direction of Grofheim, where the quake or whatever caused it has obliterated the mountainside. Closer inspection, it's a veritable ocean of dredge, more than you imagined possible. In their midst is a towering giant of a dredge, blood red from head to toe. You gather your things in short order and join a good many Varl, leaving the Godstone behind. Alright. Last save was just now? Alright, let's just do that. Alright, everybody, we're gonna call it here. I don't want to run long today because I gotta actually do things in the morning. We're gonna go over to Discord after the stream's done and watch some Robocop 2. Outside of that, I will be back tomorrow playing, what is today? Today's Saturday, tomorrow's Sunday. We'll be doing Star Ocean. We'll be starting our Star Ocean game on tomorrow. Monday is Baldur's Gate 3, and after that, I haven't decided. Anyway, take care of yourselves. Let's sit there and figure out where we're going. First off, if you've been watching on YouTube, this is where we're going to part ways. Thank you for coming by, as always.